Gentlemen. Oh, come on. It's a Monday. I know it's Monday. It's hard, but hey, we're into spring. Allergies are up. It's great. Um, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Warner. I'm District Court Judge for the 4th Judicial District. Before we begin the jury process, I would like to introduce some of the people who are in the courtroom and who you may or may not have already met. You see my court reporter up front. Excuse me. It's her responsibility to make sure that everything that is said in the courtroom is transcribed into what we refer to as a record of the proceeding, so that anything that is said by you, the lawyers or witnesses, is made part of the record. That's really important to remember because she can only take down what you say. She can't take down a nod of the head, and uh-huhs and uh-uhs don't get translated very well either. So if you can give a verbal response, that'd be really helpful. In addition, I imagine everybody back here, when they came in, was thought to themselves, I'm really glad I'm not sitting up there. But understand that we're going to be asking questions of everyone in the courtroom as opposed to just the people in the jury box. That's important to remember because the courtroom's really large and it's really hard to hear the people in about the last 3 rows. So if you can speak up, it will make her job a lot easier. In addition, you've also met Mr. Sproul and Mr. Combs. They are here to assist you. You can talk to them regarding any general matters such as parking or phone calls. However, do not talk to them about this case and they will not talk to you about it. They're not being rude. It's just that no one is permitted to discuss this case with you. I assume that most of you were probably not thrilled when you received your invitation to come down and join us this, excuse me, this morning. However, please understand how important all of you are to our judicial system. I do want to thank you for being here, and you should know that the United States conducts approximately 90% of the world's jury trials. Many other countries do not trust their citizens to perform these kinds of decisions and leaves those decisions to be made by some member of the government. However, when our country was formed, the people who formed our country believed that the government should not have that much power. As a result, they placed in our federal constitution, and our state constitution has a similar right, to a jury trial. That right cannot be secured unless all of us have the obligation to serve when called. In case you're wondering, yes, I have the same obligation. Yes, I've been sitting in the same seats that you're sitting in. I do understand that it is a sacrifice for you to be here and put your lives on hold. Thomas Jefferson once said, I consider trial by jury as the only anchor ever yet imagined by man by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I've spoken to hundreds of jurors over the years, and although they told me that it was a significant sacrifice, they told me that they were glad that they had served. They said that it gave them a better understanding of how our judicial system works, how important all of you are to it. And they said if given the chance again, they would serve again. We are identifying you by number in court rather than by name for a couple of reasons. First of all, due to the number of jurors being called, we do not want there to be any confusion regarding who we are talking to at any particular point in time. There may be more than one Mr. Martinez or more than one Ms. Johnson. Because of that, it is easier for our staff to keep track of you by number. In addition, while the defendants, the attorneys, their staff, and court personnel will know your name, referring to you by number is to protect you from contact by the media or other persons, curiosity seekers and the like, to protect you from unwanted publicity, and ensure that no outside information is communicated about you through this process and the trial. Finally, after talking with a lot of jurors over the years, they all told me that they were more comfortable when they were referred to by a number in open court rather than a name. The fact that we are identifying you by number should have no impact at all on the presumption of innocence that the defendant is entitled to, or any impact in any other way as you consider and decide this case if you are selected. The case we're about to try is a criminal case. The prosecution is brought in the name of the people of the state of Colorado. The prosecution in this trial is represented by Michael Allen, Dave Young, and Angelina Gratiano, who are attorneys with the District Attorney's Office. The defendant or accused is Letecia Stauch. She is represented by Josh Tellini and Will Cook. The charge against this defendant is contained in what is referred to as an information and complaint. An information and complaint describes the charge made by the prosecution against the defendant. It is not evidence of anything. In this case, Ms. Stauch is charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. To these charges, Ms. Stauch has pled not guilty by reason of insanity. Therefore, the prosecution has the burden of proving the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The jury will decide whether the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has done the things that are contained in the information and complaint. If I can have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as jurors in this case? All right, go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Before we go any further, does anyone have any difficulty either hearing or seeing what's going on in the courtroom? All right, no response. In this case, 12 jurors and 6 alternates will be chosen. They will consider all the evidence produced during the trial. The jurors will determine what the facts are based on the evidence in the case. The attorneys anticipate this case will take approximately 6 weeks for trial. That does not include deliberations or jury selection. We hope to start the presentation of evidence on April 3 of 2023. So that would mean finishing sometime in mid to late May. I do understand the burden such a lengthy trial places on people. I previously presided over one that was 18 weeks long from start to finish, so I do understand. Our trial days will generally be from 9 to 5, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. There will not be any trial on Thursdays, as I have other docket matters that I have to attend to. You will be able to go home to your families each day. And though you will not be able to discuss anything about the case or the trial with them, you will be able to talk to them about anything else. Knowing this time commitment, is there anyone who believes they would suffer an undue or extreme hardship if required to serve for this trial? Please raise your hand. I'm going to start in sections, so I'll start over here first. Juror number 1, did you have your hand up? Yes, ma'am.
On something that impacts a major audit, and it's a big audit. That's what I can.
What's the company?
Government contract company.
Okay. Well, one of the reasons why I asked this specifically is because government, especially government companies and large companies, also have a policy whereby they understand jury service and continue to pay for jury service and continue to do all those things.
Big one that can impact. I'm senior lead, so it can impact the company.
Okay. And you don't want to tell me what the company is? I mean, is there some top secret issue or what?
I'm not sure that I can. I can tell you, but to know what is happening to a major company,
okay,
can lead to other things. So happy to tell you.
All right.
But understand that's like not public.
Okay. All right. Anyone else in this back row? Number 2, juror number 2. Okay, and I'm just going to ask, how old are your children? So the 4-year-old is not in school or is in school? Okay. Because we do have court care that's available, if that would help. Is that the 7-year-old? Okay. 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 Juror number 3?
I live over an hour away. Driving to town.
We are a big county. Okay. Juror number 4, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
I do not. I'm currently between vehicles. Every day.
Help me understand. You're currently between what does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Anyone, juror number 5?
Self-employed, and my business relies heavily on spring and summer months to survive. During the winter and the colder days, business doesn't do well at all. So it's a big,
You're a landscaper?
right.
Okay. Got it. And Food Truck Tuesdays start in May.
Tuesdays and Fridays are my best days.
Okay.
Weather's great.
All right. Anyone, juror number 6? When is the cataract surgery scheduled? Okay. Anyone, juror number 7? Oh, when is that? Okay, when are you going to Australia? Okay. Okay. Juror 8, did you have your hand up? No? Juror 9? Okay. Juror number 10, did you have your hand up, ma'am? Okay. That's on the questionnaire. Okay. Front row? Hands in the front row? Looks like juror number 15? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm a lead on a team for a major defense contract. We have 3-month planning cycle coming up. I'm the point of contact for communication with other teams. It would just be kind of a major burden on the other leadership in the team, if you will.
Okay. Anyone else in the front row? All right, in this section over here, front row. Juror 25. You're actually juror 25. We take it through by seat number. So that's why we started with number 1 in the far back here. So no, it's okay. You're not the first, this isn't our first day doing it, and you're not the first person to have done that. So it's all good. Okay. We might be able to deal with the no car issue. Tell me a little bit about the unemployment. Are you looking, or what's going on with that?
I live,
Okay.
goes to work. I have a ride.
What general area of town do you live in? Okay. We have on occasion arranged for taxi service, but that was on some shorter trial. So that's just what I was thinking about. Juror 26, did you have your hand up? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Juror 27, did you have your hand up? No? All right. Juror 35, and yes. Okay. Anyone else in that row? Juror 40? Yes, sir. I don't want to get into it in great detail. Have you had heart issues before? Okay. And when is that appointment? Anyone else in that second row? On the end, juror 41. Where are you going to school? Right, anyone else in that second row that I missed? No. Anyone in the last row over here? All right, and it looks like juror 53 in the white sweater. All right, juror 54. Yes, sir. Okay. Juror 55, did you have your hand up? Yes. How old are your kids? Okay. And then first row over here, juror 28. Okay. And did you say you were moving in 2 weeks or you're just changing jobs in 2 weeks? Okay. Juror 30. Yes. Right. Anyone else in this? Juror 31. Okay, this Friday won't be an issue. Um, tell me what um, the conflict is in May. You said that there was a training. What is that? Okay. And the court hearing that you have in April? Okay. Do you know what day it is? Won't be the 15th because that's a Saturday. 16th is a Sunday. Do you remember what day of the week it is? Okay. All right. Anyone else in the front row? Second row. Juror 42 on the end. Okay. All right. Who else? Juror number 43. What kind of work do you do? Anyone else in the second row? Looks like, let's see. Juror 46 with your hand up. Yes, ma'am. All right. Juror 47, did you have your hand up, sir? Yes, sir. Uh, like in 4 months. Okay. All right, Juror 48, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir. All right, and then in the next row back on the end, Juror 56, do you have your hand up? Yes, sir. What kind of work do you do? Anyone else in that row? Juror 59 in the middle, yes, sir. We can do that. And that's why I was asking some questions of the young lady that was a couple of rows ahead of you, because we've always had, or we've never had difficulty with military individuals, and I can get you a letter that help. Juror 62.
I don't drive for medical.
And generally, where do you live? Row, not on the back wall, but the one in front of that. So. Juror 67, yes, ma'am. Sorry for your loss, ma'am. And then the far back row. Juror 70 over here on the end.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you speak up? Are you on break this week or was it last week? Also in the back row. I can't tell. Put your hand way up because I got heads in the way. There we go. All right. 71. All right. Juror 73. And juror 75. I'm sorry, I missed the first part. And how old are your kids? All right, I also need to go through a list of grounds that may disqualify you, and you should raise your hand if any of these apply to you. Do any of you believe you are related to the defendant or any of the attorneys? Please raise your hand. No response. Please raise your hand if you have a relationship of guardian and ward, employer and employee, landlord and tenant, debtor and creditor, or principal and agent to, or are you a member of the household of or partner in business with or surety on any bond or obligation for the defendant? That's a long lawyer question, but essentially what we're looking for is, do you have any particular relationships with the defendant? Does anybody think that they're in that category? No response. Are you now or have you been a party in a civil lawsuit involving the defendant or have complained against her or been accused by her in a criminal prosecution? Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Do any of you believe you are a witness to any matter related to this crime or its prosecution? No response. Do any of you have a personal or financial interest in the outcome of this case? No response. Do any of you have any feelings or a bias for or against the defendant or the prosecution? Please raise your hand. Juror number 19. Yes, ma'am. Okay. What we're looking for is sometimes we had one just not too long ago where someone was being prosecuted by this particular district attorney's office. And because of that relationship, none of these lawyers, but because of something that happened with them, they had a bias against the prosecuting attorney. Sometimes you will also see it as I have a bias against law enforcement, or I have a bias against these prosecutors. We had one gentleman that was actually prosecuted by one of the prosecutors that's sitting at the table, and felt a little bit odd about that. So it's something like that. Does that answer your question? Okay. Are any of you an employee of any public law enforcement agency or the public defender's office? And looks like we have, you went like this. Does it really count? Was it up? Did you mean it? Okay, juror 48. Okay. We're going to excuse you and thank you for your service. Yes. And juror 69. Okay. You said you're a detention deputy for who? So is it El Paso County Sheriff's Office? Okay. Thank you for your service. You're excused. Anyone else? No? All right. Please raise your hand if you are not a citizen of the United States, are not at least 18 years old, nor a resident of this county. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you're unable to read, speak, or understand the English language. Anyone think they're in that category? Response. Please raise your hand if you're incapable due to physical or mental limitations to render satisfactory jury service. Anyone think they're in that category? Juror number 9? Okay. Anyone else? No response. Please raise your hand if you have the sole responsibility for the daily care of a permanently disabled person living in your household, such that your service would create a substantial risk of injury to the health of that disabled person. Anyone think they're in that category? No response. Please raise your hand if you have served for 5 days or more as a trial or grand juror in any state or federal court within the past 12 months. Anyone had any jury service for 5 days or more in the past 12 months? No response. All right. Some checking here. 60. And it was juror 69 that was the EPSO officer that was excused. All right, what we're going to do is take about a 10-minute recess. What I need for all of the jurors to do is to head out into the hallway. When we come back, I'm going to excuse a number of you, and then we will proceed on with others and further instruction at that point in time. Before you go, wait. Before you go, remember where you are, because we follow the third grade seating chart. So when you come back, you want to make sure that you're sitting in your seat and not somebody else's. All rise for the jury, please. Sorry. Yeah, you can leave anything you want here because you'll be coming back. So you can take it with you or you can leave it here. It's up to you. Sure, I hadn't missed it. Jack's getting ready.
Okay, so while we're on break, I can answer some of these instead of having to type them.
Okay.
No, once they get the 110,
At this
then they
point,
do
I'm
it
going to
private.
excuse
Okay, hang on. I got to write these down.
juror 1, juror 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10,
Hang on.
15.
I got to write these down, you guys, so I can
25.
keep track of how many are being
Did I have
discussed.
that right? 2, 3, Yeah, that's right. Okay. 26. 35. 40, 41. Yes, 40 and 41. We already excused juror 48. 53, 54, 55. Uh, 28, 30, 42, 43, 46, 47, 56, 62, 67, and we excused her 69, 70, 71, 73, 75. I left. Juror 31 is an active duty military. She says she has 2 hearings. I may inquire further about that. I'm not as concerned about the field training, and which is the same reason why I did not excuse juror 59. He said as long as he had a letter, he'd be okay. Right. So that's where we are at this point. So we'll bring the jurors back in. And I will come down and excuse a bunch of them. Oh, they will always be, whatever numbers they have here, will always be the same, no matter where they are, right?
Okay, so Dennis, he was 11 years old. Okay, so 33 are going to be dismissed out of the 75, so that leaves us 42. I'm going to try and answer some of this. TK Sass, actually, we got more right now than we did the previous days at this stage. Yes, next is going to be opening statements, you guys. After they dismiss these jurors, the defense and the prosecution will give like mini opening statements. And before the lunch break, there will be more dismissed. And he does have a nice voice, but he's also got a studio mic, so.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you.
Have a great Monday.
Thanks, you too.
No, if they get to 110, then they go private. And out of that, they pick 12 jurors and 4 alternates, and that will be done in private. So they have to get to that 110. If they don't get to 110 by the 3rd, which I know they will, because we only need 31 more. We've got 79 and we need 31 more. And generally it's been around the 20 mark every day that they keep. So by tomorrow they should have their 110.
Okay.
And yes, the trial will be shown here when it starts on April 3rd. And we will have audio and video. No, they're having 4 alternates. Oh, Jesus. And somebody said that this is old. This is not old. This is day 5. I've covered it every day. So generally, you guys, when I've got myself muted because the judge is speaking or they're asking questions or whatever, I'm trying to get my other work, real life
So at
work
this point,
done.
we're going to excuse
Okay,
juror 1,
here we go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 15, 5, 6, 30, 35, 40, 41, 6, 7, 5, 5. So if you're excused, you can leave with thanks to the court. You do not need to go back to the jury assembly.
So there's only one out of all of those that asked to be dismissed that he did not dismiss, and that's 31, and he has
Juror 11?
further questions.
Wait, is that juror? No, wait. You were not excused.
Oh.
Yes. All right, thank you. You may all be seated. I know that we have excused a lot of people, but and you can spread out a little bit more, but you got to stay in the same pretty much area because we're still following the seating chart. So you can't change rows or things like that. And I know that's hard for these people up here because you guys are sitting in a hole. And it feels a little bit weird that you're sitting down lower than everybody else in the jury box, but that's the way that it is constructed. So at this point in time, I'm going to allow the attorneys to give a short mini opening statement about what they anticipate the issues in this case will be. It's not necessarily what you'll find them to be if you are selected to serve as jurors in this case. So with that, prosecution.
January 27th of 2020, Gannon Stauch was at home in the care when he was brutally murdered. He was stabbed multiple times, upper force object causing his skull to be fractured. Shot one time to the jaw, killing him. That triggered 2 other times. No shell casings were seen. In fact, that scene was cleaned up, and Gannon was stuffed into a defendant. You to find the defendant guilty of murdering Gannon on January 7th, 20 here in El Paso.
Thank you. Mr. Cook?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. What said out of it? I hear that Gannon Stauch was a boy. Awful. Stepmom. She was or Gannon went missing, that Miss Stauch was having some problems.
All right, in this case, you will be asked to render a decision based on the evidence presented in this courtroom and the instructions that I will give you. I think a couple of those instructions or concepts are important to talk about right now. The law is that every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant throughout the trial and should be given effect by you unless, after considering all the evidence, you are then convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is upon the prosecution to prove to the satisfaction of the jury beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of all the elements necessary to constitute the crime charged. Reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense, which arises from a fair and rational consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence in the case. It is a doubt which is not a vague, speculative, or imaginary doubt, but such a doubt as would cause reasonable people to hesitate to act in matters of importance to themselves. If you find from the evidence that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant guilty. If you find from the evidence that the prosecution has failed to prove any one or more of the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you will find the defendant not guilty. A few minutes ago, you heard me tell you that the defendant was presumed to be innocent. This means that if I were to give you a verdict form right now and ask you to fill it out, the law would require that you find the defendant not guilty. That's because no evidence has been presented in this case, and nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. Evidence is, you'll see it in the form of exhibits, photographs, charts, diagrams, those sorts of things, or someone who comes up here, comes in front of me, raises their right hand and takes an oath to tell you the truth about the things that they know. The attorneys never do that. They are paid advocates trying to persuade you to a particular position to have you believe that the evidence either does or doesn't show a particular thing. So nothing that the attorneys say is ever evidence. In addition, someone may ask you whether or not you think the defendant has done something wrong, or else she wouldn't be here. However, that's an improper question. We don't just randomly select people from the street to suddenly appear in a courtroom as a defendant in a case. Obviously, there is a process in place which resulted in the filing of charges against this defendant. However, The charges against the defendant are not evidence either. The charges against the defendant are just accusations. The fact that the defendant has been accused is not evidence that the defendant committed this crime. As such, the defendant is presumed to be innocent, and until the district attorney presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption beyond a reasonable doubt, you must continue to presume that the defendant is innocent. Stated differently, unless and until the prosecution presents sufficient evidence to overcome the presumption of innocence beyond a reasonable doubt, Ms. Stauch's guilt has not been proven. That's what the presumption of innocence means. You may also find it useful to think of these charges somewhat similar to a recipe from a cookbook, because when you actually get the verdict form and the charges, it will have certain things in them that must be proven, sort of like ingredients. Now, for instance, suppose that you wanted to have a Denver omelet and you took some eggs and you scrambled them up and you added some ham and you added some cheese and you added some mushrooms. You might have a really nice ham and cheese omelet, but you wouldn't have a Denver omelet. If the prosecution charges a Denver omelet, that's what they have to prove and not something else. No substitutions on the menu are allowed. I also want to talk about the defendant's right to remain silent for a moment. Someone may ask you whether or not you would need to hear from both sides in order to be fair. Everyone wants to be fair, right? Everyone wants to hear both sides. That's something that we do in our daily lives. However, that's an improper question because that's not the process that is followed in a court of law. This isn't the Maury Povich or Jerry Springer show. The government brought these charges against an individual. Because of that, the government has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the charges that it brought. The defendant has no obligation to disprove the government's case. Stated differently, the defendant does not have to produce any evidence or any testimony. In fact, defense counsel could, I suspect they won't, but they could take a nap or they could play cards at defense counsel table, and it would not change the fact that the prosecution has the burden of proving every element of the charges that it brought beyond a reasonable doubt. In addition, every defendant has a constitutional right not to testify. The decision not to testify cannot be used as an inference of guilt and cannot prejudice the defendant. That is because it is not evidence, does not prove anything, and must not be considered for any purpose. Now, sometimes you will hear people talk about the right to remain silent. You will hear attorneys sometimes ask questions intended to elicit a response such as, well, I know if I were accused of something, especially if it was something bad, I would make sure I took the stand and told my side of the story. As I indicated earlier, however, that's kind of a trick question because that's not the process that we follow in a court of law. In addition, does anybody know what the number one psychological fear is in the population? It's higher than a fear of death and greater than a fear of running into a rattlesnake on a hiking trail. Anybody guess? It is the fear of public speaking. So naturally, our process is to bring in 75 strangers, pack them into a courtroom, and start asking them a bunch of questions that they have to answer in front of each other. And I want you to think about that process for a minute. Were you a little uncomfortable? Would you have rather have been someplace else and avoid the whole process? And you hadn't even been accused of doing anything wrong. And you weren't being questioned by the attorneys, and a jury wasn't looking at you while all of that was going on. The bottom line is that it's possible that the defendant won't testify. It's possible that the defendant will testify. But regardless of who testifies and who doesn't, the question is always the same. And that is, based on the evidence that has been presented, whatever that evidence is, has the prosecution proven beyond a reasonable doubt everything that it's required to prove? Is there anyone who thinks that they cannot follow that process? Please raise your hand. All right. Juror number 8 in the back. Yes, ma'am. What's on your mind? Okay. That might be a little bit different. Let me ask my question differently, okay? Because, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. We're going to ask about publicity and about the facts of this particular case, okay? My question is, do you think that you would have to hear from the defendant in order to decide the issues in this case? Okay. And would you be able to give the defendant the presumption of innocence that she is entitled to under the law? Okay. And is that because of something that you may have heard, read, or seen, or something that you know about the case? Okay, so probably media or something like that? Okay. And would you be able to put that aside and decide this case based on what you hear in the courtroom? Okay. And you said you weren't, it sounds like there's not something specific that comes to mind, but you have in mind something that you read, saw, or heard in the past? Do I have that right? Okay. And I'm going to ask you to hold on to that thought. We're going to come back to it. It's a little bit different, but there's an area that we cover it. Juror 19, did you have your hand up? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So for you, the issue is that this case involves a child. And I understand that. I preside over all kinds of cases. So I understand that. Okay. Anyone else in this group? Juror 17?
I kind of have a bias for children. Record, it's not that she didn't do it, it's the fact that she's sane or insane. I honestly have a bias on that. Regardless, evil is evil, so that's my opinion on that.
Okay. And again, that, I know it's hard for the jurors to separate it out. Excuse me. But that's what we do as lawyers. So I understand and I appreciate your opinion. I'm glad that you shared it. It's on a little bit different topic because it sounds to me like the issue for you is the sanity or insanity. Do I have that right? For you, the biggest issue in this case is the fact of an insanity plea. Okay.
Yeah, right.
And you also have an issue that the victim in this case was a child. Okay. Anyone else up here? Right in the back, first row, juror 22. Can you repeat that, juror? Anyone else in that first row? Juror 24. And the question really is, I mean, some cases have media and some don't, and some cases have more media than others. And I don't know why that is. I just know that it is. What I can tell you is that the law is, it doesn't matter whether you've seen the media or not. The real question is, because none of that is evidence, okay? And the media has reported on whatever it is that they report on. It's possible that they didn't get it right. I don't know what stories that you're talking about. It's possible that they didn't have all of the facts in the story either. It may be that they did it as part of something else, and there was, I don't know, some slant or bias or whatever. The question is always whether or not you think you can put aside whatever it was that you read in the media and determine this case based on the facts that are presented in the courtroom. Do you think you can do that? All right. And was there anyone else in that front row? Second row? Juror 37? Yes, ma'am. Anyone else in that second row? Last row, juror 49 on the end. All right. And I saw, oh, there we go. Thank you. Juror 50. Okay, so let me just make sure that I understand your position. For you, it's not media, it's not child, it's the insanity part? Okay. And in this case, if you're selected to serve as a juror, there's an instruction about what you do or and how you find and how you determine sanity. There's likely going to be expert testimony regarding that. You've already heard that they may be bringing in a particular witness. The prosecution would have a witness as well. And those experts would give you their opinions about whether they think that Ms. Stauch was or was not insane at the time and why they thought that. Now, I will tell you that an instruction that you would receive is you can believe all, part, or none of an expert's testimony, just like anybody else's testimony. What you choose to believe is entirely up to you. The question is, and I know this is really hard because you don't have the instruction and you've not heard the evidence, but the question is, do you think that you could follow the court's instructions regarding that, listen to the evidence, and make a determination? Okay. Okay. And then over here, first row, juror 29. Okay. And again, you haven't heard any of the evidence yet. Okay. And so it could be that, uh, like I said, with juror number 50, you would read or you would receive an instruction on that about what constitutes or how you determine insanity. And the question that I have for you is, do you think that you could follow that instruction? And however you weigh the evidence is entirely up to you. Do you think that you could follow the court's instructions regarding insanity and make a determination? Okay. Anyone else in the first row? Second row? Third row? Let's see. Juror 60, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir. And the next to the last row, are there any hands there? Oh. Then the back row, any hands? No response. Okay, thank you. All right, and let's see. All right, some of you have, and we got into this a little bit, but I just want to make sure that the record's clear on it. Some of you have said that you have heard or seen something in the media about this. And my question for you is, even if you have heard or seen something in the media, the real question is whether or not you can put that aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom. Is there anyone who thinks they cannot do that? So let's see. Let's have hands up again. 19. First row. I'm sorry? Yes, because it's any source. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you heard it from friends, could be that you saw it online, a Facebook page, anything like that. Okay. Let's see. And so did you have your hand up, yes or no? No. Okay. Okay. And juror 23, you did. Juror 24. And in the back, juror 37. Oh, you do have your hand up. Okay, wasn't sure. You guys can put your hands down over here. Thank you. All right, thank you. You can all put your hands down now. Thank you. Juror 38, sitting next to the gentleman in the white hoodie. Yes, you had your hand up, and I don't think I talked to you before. What is it about the media that is causing you a problem? Oh. Okay, so you, not only did you see some of the media, you lived in that area?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay, and did you see any of the, did you have conversations with people in the neighborhood about it? Okay, so for you, it was primarily through media and coverage stories and things like that? Okay. And again, you're in the best position to know. My question for you is, do you think that you can put that aside and decide this case based only on what you see here in the courtroom? Okay, no, we appreciate that. And juror number 8, I think we're circling back now to what you had. Tell me what's going on.
I like to think that I can be fair based on the evidence that.
Okay. Okay, so that I'm clear on what you're trying to communicate, you believe that you can set aside the media coverage or you'll do the best that you can to set aside the media coverage and decide this case based only on the facts. Yeah. And then we had a conversation earlier. Are you able to give Ms. Stauch the presumption of innocence that she's entitled to? Okay. And what's in your mind? What's holding you up? You had some hesitation there. Mhm. Okay. Okay. If I understand, then it sounds like what at the core is bothering you the most, or has what seems to have the most impact on you, is that the victim here is a child, and it's the nature of the charges in light of the victim being a child. Okay. It's okay. All right. Um, let's see. I'm going to ask the jurors to look around the courtroom, and the question that I'm going to have for you is, do any of the potential jurors know each other? Okay, good. No hands. Oh, did you raise your hand, or were you, okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Every once in a while I get one hand, and that always leads to an interesting conversation. So, all right. What we're going to do now is we're going to hand you out some sheets, and it's got a lot of witnesses, a lot of names on it. These are the people that we anticipate may be the witnesses in this case. So I want you to look through all the sheets. And the question that I have for you at the end is, do any of you know any of the potential witnesses in the case? Council approach, please. All right, in addition to those witness, did we get everybody? Oh, we'll get back to you. Hold on just a moment. We're getting there. In addition to those witnesses, does the prosecution anticipate calling any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Possibly Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser, or possibly Caitlin Craig.
All right. Does anyone know any of the potential witnesses in this case? And see, I gotta make sure I'm in the right row. Juror number 68, yes, ma'am. Who do you know? And you said he's a neighbor? Any lay witness or?
We'll be calling that person for sure.
Sorry?
We will for sure be calling that person.
Okay, and how well do you know Mr. Bauman? Can you speak up a little bit? Okay, if Mr. Bauman, and it sounds like he is, as I'm looking at this, that's the detective with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Let me start here. Did you know that he was with the Sheriff's Office? How often you see Detective Bauman? Okay. If Detective Bauman were to come in and testify, and it sounds like probably he will, and I don't know how important he is or how long he'll be or anything like that. Some witnesses that what happens here is when they put the list, that's easy for me to say. When they put the witness list together, they put everybody on it that they might possibly call. So you have everybody from, I'm probably not going to call him, who I am going to call him, sounds like they are going to call him. And then you have everybody from, I'm only here for one particular piece and it's not going to take very long, to somebody who might be on the witness stand for days. So the question that I have for you is, do you think that you could judge Detective Bauman's testimony just as you would judge anybody else's testimony? Or would the fact that you are his next door neighbor, is that right? Would the fact that you are his next door neighbor impact the way that you judge his testimony? Okay, that's a good way to put it. That's what I needed to know. Thank you. Anyone else? Juror number 12? Yes, ma'am.
Dennis.
Okay, and how do you know her?
I work at QC.
How long ago was that? How long ago was that? Oh, you work there.
I'm a security officer with ICE.
I misunderstood you. I thought you said you worked there.
No.
Still there. Okay. And so it sounds like this is pretty much in a professional capacity?
Yes.
Okay.
I know who she is. I don't know her that well,
Okay.
but I do know who she is.
And if she were to come in and testify about some aspect, sounds to me like she's a nurse. Not exactly sure what the aspect would be, but if she were to come in and testify, would you be able to judge her testimony just as you would anyone else's testimony?
Yes.
And then juror number 13, did you have your hand up? Yes, sir.
I recognize two names on there.
Okay, who do you recognize?
It was Celeste.
Okay, let's start with Alvarado first. How do you know her?
I would have gone to high school.
All right. How long ago would that have been?
That would have been, I graduated 2007.
Have you seen her since then?
No,
Anything about that that you think would cause you any difficulty if she were to serve as a witness in this case?
No.
And then, I'm having Bronco flashbacks. I know you didn't say Von Miller.
no, Van Miller.
Okay,
Yeah.
Van Miller, okay. And who did, how do you know him?
Another person I went to high school with and church together as well. It's the same.
Okay,
Pretty common name.
and, you said you were close friends with him?
Yeah.
If he were to, and I don't know what his capacity is in this case, if he were to be called to testify as a witness, would you be able to judge his testimony just as you would anyone else's? Okay. And when was the last time that you saw Mr. Miller?
It would have been
Okay.
10 plus.
So I,
Question and
okay. What I'm fairly confident in telling you is that whatever he would be testifying about occurred after the last time that you saw him. So, because it would have been within the last 10 years, right? So, whatever he's testifying about, I don't know if he's an eyewitness, if he's just somebody that says I saw somebody on a certain date, something like that.
like she said, I would believe it based on this
Okay.
character. He's,
All right. Council approach, please.
Okay, so right now the judge is going to speak to the DA and the defense, and they are going to decide from the list that the judge has and which the DA and defense have, and they will be
All right. We're
dismissing
checking.
more.
We are not sure. We think it's probably not the same person,
okay,
not meaning to be indelicate. How old are you, sir?
34.
So he would be roughly the same age?
He would be 36.
36. Okay, thank you. We're gonna look into that and try and get some more information. Okay. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone that I have missed? No response? Okay, how old is he? So he'd be about 40. Okay. All right. Thank you. Juror 24, if I can talk to you for, nope, gentleman next to you. There you go. Yep. Juror 24, I want to talk to you for just briefly because you had your hand up a couple of times, but I don't think we spoke. You said for the impression that I had was that for you, it was the fact that it was a child and media was involved in this case. Do I have that right?
Well, not really, I just felt in the insanity thing.
Okay. So for you, it's the child and the insanity plea. Okay.
You know, for the record, I think that's true.
Did I say?
I think you said 24.
That is, that's juror 20. Oh, that's right. It is juror 23. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
It's Monday.
It's Monday, and for us, it's like day 5. So, so I apologize for that. Okay. Juror 24, it was child and the and media exposure, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay. And okay.
From what I've heard, Krista, yes, it is back in, but I don't know if it's going to be admitted into evidence. We're going to have to wait and see because I think they got it in on the very last day. So we don't know what's going to come of that or if she is going to be classified as an expert. But the defense has said that their witness says she was insane at the time, but yet all the other doctors that evaluated her said that she was not insane at the time. She's saying that she was insane due to a head injury, head trauma, but that head trauma didn't happen until she was in jail when she claimed she fell out of her top bunk and hit her head on the floor. We got that information from a letter that Letecia wrote directly to the judge. I do have videos that cover them. They will be under the video tab. All the newer stuff is under the live tab, but that in particular will be under the video tab because it was before last September. All my new stuff, I just stream it. So all my new stuff, you guys, from like 9-10 months ago and on up to today will be under the live tab. But if you want to see some of my older videos, please check the video tab.
Oh, that was a trip. I was thinking.
Okay. And where are you going?
It's Vegas. We can,
Somebody going to
Well, you need
Vegas.
to tell me.
it's okay. You can, the more I think about it, I don't think we're even going, so it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Steve?
So the judge is going to confer with the DA and the defense. They will come up with a list of people that they want dismissed.
and then there will be lunch. So I'm anxiously awaiting. Right now, we still have 42, which is good because usually at this time, the previous 4 days, we were down to like 30. So we've got about 12 more
And
than
I'm
we
sorry,
usually
Juror
do.
68, I meant to excuse you, I'm sorry. Juror 68 in the back. Detective Bauman.
So right off the hop, you guys, 68 has been dismissed.
Counsel approach, please.
He was not on the previous list of people that were dismissed.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's
Here
what
we
we're going
go.
to do. We're going to take a
Nope.
recess until about 1 o'clock. We've been going through this for about 5 days now, and we're getting a little bit faster each and every day. But the attorneys need some time to go through the questionnaires. And when we come back, what will happen is they will start with their questioning of everybody in the courtroom. You have probably already guessed, you have probably already guessed that there has been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more in the coming weeks. You must guard against that, as you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented in the instructions that I give to you. So here's what you can do. When we take our break, you can tell your spouse, significant other, somebody who's interested in your general welfare, that you may potentially be a juror in this case. You can tell them what the case is, and you can tell them that you can't talk to them anymore about it. You can tell them that it's maybe going to go about 6 weeks, but other than that, you can't talk to them about it anymore. Tell them that the judge said that you can't do that. That puts the burden on me as opposed to you. I know that when I go home, my wife is going to ask me how my day went. I'll start to tell her. And if this were a trial, she would ask me, well, what did the witnesses have to say? And I would start to tell her that. And at some point along that conversation, she would look at me and she would say, well, you didn't really believe that, did you? And pretty soon I'm having a conversation about what I should and shouldn't believe with somebody who wasn't even here. You can't do that. So the way to avoid all of that is just to say, the judge said, I can't talk to you about it. I can tell you what the case is. I can tell you how long I think that it's going to go. You can ask for their help to help you avoid exposure to any media, to help you avoid exposure to anybody else's opinions regarding this case. And since they will know what it is and how long it's going to be, they'll know how important it is, and they can help you. But you have to tell them, look, I can't talk to you. I can't talk to anybody else about it. I can't even talk to any other jurors about it until you are released from further obligation in this case. That way it just puts the burden on me, because if I were to tell my wife, look, I'm just not going to talk to you about it anymore, it would lead to an entirely different conversation. So this way, this avoids all of that. Most of the eating joints you'll find are north on Tejon. There are a few south. There's a bistro in the basement, but I don't think it opens until 11 o'clock. So if we can have everyone back in the hallway, you don't have to go back to the jury assembly room when you come back. Just meet in the hallway. If I can have everyone there a little bit before 1 o'clock, we should be able to start right on time. What will happen this afternoon is that the attorneys will have, each side will have 45 minutes to ask you questions about things that they want to discuss. And then once they are done, we will select some individuals. It's actually by a process of deselection. We strike names off or excuse other people, and then we're left with some. And then we will have further instructions for those individuals. So enjoy the morning until 1 o'clock. We'll see you back then. Don't discuss the case with anyone else aside from what I've told you that you can discuss. With that, all rise for the jury, please. You can go ahead and go. Thank you. It happens. It's okay. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. With that, then we will see everybody back at 1 o'clock. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Okay, you guys, let me pull this up while court is in recess. Here we go here. This is what I've been able to bring up. Police are responding to a report of multiple people shot at a convent school in Nashville. So it's going to be a Catholic convent school. Convent school. Okay, so multiple people have been injured in a shooting in Nashville, Tennessee, according to local authorities. On Twitter, the city's fire department says there are multiple patients from an incident at a local school. The tweet added that the area remains an active scene. Police report that they engaged the shooter and the person is now deceased. Parents have been asked to meet at a nearby location. The Covenant School in Nashville, where the incident took place, is a private Christian school for students in preschool through grade 6. Oh my gosh. Come on. So that's what they're saying about a preschool? Preschool to grade 6. Oh my gosh, you guys. Let me see. Let me see what else I can get here, you guys. 3 children are deceased after gunfire erupted at a Tennessee Christian school on Monday, officials said, adding the gunman was shot and deceased by police. The active shooter incident unfolded at the Covenant School on Burton Hills Boulevard in Nashville when officers engaged the attacker, police said. The pediatric patients were transported to Monroe Carroll Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt, all having suffered gunshot wounds. Can you imagine, like, what kind of sick person shoots at tiny little children? All 3 were pronounced deceased after arrival. Jeez. Students of the school, which serves preschool students through grade 6, were being bused to Woodmount Baptist Church 2 miles away from the campus to be reunited with their parents. Can you imagine being there, going there to go get your child, and your child is not there? It's one of the 3. Oh my gosh. This is like horrible. I'm just looking around, you guys, to see if there's any more. Information. Yeah, police shot him, and he's now deceased. So whoever this was, there's not much out about it. Excuse me, you guys. And okay, webinar ended. We already knew that, so that happens at every lunch break. So we will be waiting to join again once it starts. They're on break for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, Marie, I hear you. William Fagan. William, where are you? There you are. Yes, I will be streaming it live for you guys. The audio is going to be a lot better, you guys, for the trial. The only microphones are at the defense table, at the DA, at the podium, and the judge, the witness. Those are the only places where there's microphones. The potential jurors right now are all sitting in the seating in the gallery. And it's really hard to hear them because there's no mics back there. The defense gets up and leaves that table to go and speak to the jurors so he can face them. The mics there are also directional. So if you're not facing the mic, it's not really going to pick up a lot. So that's why we're having a hard time hearing a lot of what's being said. But we are hearing what the judge is saying, and that tells us what we need to know. So yes, once the trial actually starts, we will be getting a lot better audio, and we will also have the video. So we'll be able to see everything too. They just don't show it for the jury selection to protect the jurors or potential jurors. Yes, this is just horrible, you guys. Just horrible. So, Krista, the break is, they will be back in 2 hours and 15 minutes. I have the times on screen here. It's 3 p.m. Eastern time, so 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. So I am going to leave the stream up, you guys. So if you do want to chit-chat during the break with each other, discuss what's been going on in the Letecia Stauch case for this jury selection, please feel free to do that. All I ask is please don't share other news sources, other channels, other creators, and please keep it classy. Please do not attack anybody else, bully anybody else. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, and I have found out you know, in comments and stuff like that, there's a lot of people that don't think that she is responsible, and that's okay. People are entitled to their opinion as long as your opinion is done respectfully and classy. You're entitled to your opinion. I may not agree with it. Others may not agree with it. We may agree with it. It's just, I keep this, you guys, a safe place for everybody. I do not allow anybody to bully or attack anybody else for their opinion. Okay? So with that being said, please keep it classy. Please no swearing. If you want to use certain words that YouTube doesn't like, please mask them by using exclamation marks or @ symbols or whatever. Please make sure your comments are masked. I do have mods here that will be watching the chats and will remove anybody that goes outside of the rules. We have the rules here, you guys, not only so you guys feel safe here, but so we're not drawn into any drama that's going on in other places. I agree, Sweet Vampy. So, oh, thank you, Sweet Vampy. I don't mind the cussing if you feel you need to, but just please mask it with symbols or number signs or whatever, so YouTube doesn't come at us. Well, I'm glad you found it too, Carol. And welcome. Please share it out to all your friends, all your social media. Get some of your friends in here so you guys can have debates and chit chat. And I'm going to also ask, if you haven't smashed the like button, please smash the like. I take a lot of time out of my day to bring this to you guys. Also, for those of you who are just coming in, I did send a donation to the victims from of the tornadoes this weekend. Excuse me. And that is not just me. That is from all of you. It's because of all of you, your super chats, your super stickers, your PayPals. That all makes it possible for me to be able, from not just me, from all of you, from the channel, from you subscribers, to send donations to help people like that who are in desperate need. I seen some of the cities that were hit, and it is horrible. And sorry, you guys, I muted myself because I had a cough. And the tornadoes that hit in Mississippi, and that, like, people had no warning. This happened at night, where a lot of people would be resting for the night, maybe cuddling up watching a movie. A lot of people were taken off guard. So I know there was children that were fatalities. There was 24 fatalities in all. So they are going to need, like, the one town was flattened. Nana, very rude. I love you, Nana. There's dedication, you guys. Nana had to go for the doctor. And the doctor is rude. I tell them I mod for you and I need to be here while they are doing tests. And they say no. Very rude. Oh, Nana. Always put yourself first. Family is first. That is my motto here. Family first. I have quite a few mods. A lot of them can't be here during the week due to work. I'm working through this, you guys. I have that option because my work is all from home. I am retired from my job that I had for the last 30 something years. I did work in the legal field. And then I owned my own process serving skip tracing business. After I retired from working in the courts and stuff like that, and working for various different lawyers. And I'm even retired from the process serving skip tracing now. I'm much too old to be hunting people down and getting them served when they don't want to be. And some of them can be pretty violent. So almost 60 years old now. I think it was time to put that aside. But now I do other things that I can do from home. I do income tax. I do books for a few different places. I also do private reads in my home and online. So I do take a lot of time to bring this to you guys. So I do appreciate it. And some of the ways you can help support me so I can continue doing this is a simple subscribe and hit that like. Share it out. It's all free. I know a lot of people, especially in these times, can't do super chats or super stickers. There's other ways that you can help, and there's some free ways that you can help if you can't afford to do super stickers or super chats. But the super chats and super stickers do make it possible for us to donate and help victims of disasters too. And I always do donate to them. And you guys all make it possible by everything that you do here in the channel. Subscribing, hitting that like, sharing this out, super chats, super stickers, PayPals, whatever you do, it all helps. So please don't think that what the little bit that you can do doesn't help, because it does. I don't do free readings, no. There are times that I have giveaways where you can win a free read. but no. That's, part of doing reads here in my home, and private reads are what helps me to support myself. So I can't do everything for free, you guys. I would be out on the street with my computer stealing hydro from somebody and internet from somebody. Oh. So yes, that's my income that keeps me going. So the free reads that I do are the ones that you see that are public reads. Those are the ones that I do generally for free, unless somebody emails me and wants a public read done that is not on my list. Then there's some paid public reads that I do also, depending if they want it private or if they want it public. But 99.9% of the public reads you see up, either under my video tab or my live tab, those I do for free. I mean, it's the least I can do, but it's, I can't do everything for free, you guys. I do have to support myself. And that's how I'm bringing this to you guys. Okay, so I do have a few things, you guys, that I got to do. I will be in and out of chat here. You're very welcome, sweet Vampy. Just looking at something here. Okay, there's a few things I do got to get done. I got to get some more on these income taxes done that I'm doing for others, you guys, for clients. I'm going to be working on that in front of my computer, so I will be watching chat as much as I can, popping in and out here and there. If something comes up, I will jump on and bring that and show it to you while we're waiting for court to resume again. But feel free to chat with the others that are here in the chat, and we will pick up when the webinar starts again, and we will see. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Right now, we have 42 potential jurors left. I am hoping that there is no more than maybe 10 or 11 that they dismiss. If they only dismiss 10 or 11, then we've got the jury. We've got the 110 we need. And there was my phone. So with that being said, you guys, I will see you in a bit. Like I said, I will be watching chat. So I will pop in and comment where I can. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We've got the room back up. Let me just take off this banner here. So they will be starting up momentarily. They had a pretty long lunch break. In the meantime, let me just get my YouTube back up here. Please make sure, you guys, when you do come back into the room, that you have the live chat selected at the top. If you haven't done so already, please hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and please hit that like. So while we are waiting for this to start up, we also heard about a school shooting at a Christian private school in Tennessee. 3 children are deceased, 3 faculty, and the shooter. The shooter was first said to have been a teenager, but has since been identified, and she is a 28-year-old woman. The police are saying that it's very unusual for a woman to carry out a mass shooting like this. So I'm sure more will come out, but we may never know why she did it, as the shooter is also deceased. And I tried to get some news on that, Marie, but like I said, from Canada, I'm blocked from a lot of the news stuff. So unless I could find it somewhere else, or I'm given a link, then I can't generally find it. I got my news about the shooting, that was on Twitter, so sweet baby. So she doesn't know of anybody doing any woman doing mass shooting at a school. Yeah, they just say in general, it's not, it's very uncommon to find a female behind a shooting, any kind of mass shooting, and especially at a school. So they are going to be starting momentarily, you guys. Yeah, it's usually guys. And it's usually over something really trivial, and it's just horrible. Okay, so let me just see where we are here. Okay, so right now we had 42 jurors, but the judge dismissed juror 68. So we're down to 41 jurors left. And when they come back from break, the judge should be dismissing a lot more. So I am hoping that there's not too many dismissed, because we have another dismissal coming up after both the district attorney and the defense question the remaining jurors. Hopefully today the defense isn't as harsh as they have been. And it seems to me they have been trying to get rid of a lot of the female jurors. The first one's dismissed this morning, you guys. I'm going to count them here and tell you right off the bat this morning how many out of the 75 were dismissed. There were 33 dismissed, and I'm going to tell you how many of them were women and how many were men. Let me just count them. So there were 20 women, and 13 men. So that's 33. Yep. 13 men and 20 women were dismissed first thing this morning. Then there was another guy that works for the district attorney's office in some capacity, or the jail or something like that. Juror number 68, he was also dismissed. So we have 41 right now left. Okay, Mitch, I know how you feel, my dear. I've been going through HELL for a couple of weeks now, but I don't know if I've picked up some kind of COVID, or I don't know what the hell it was I picked up, or if it's, they've done the ultrasounds, CAT scans, MRIs. I'm still waiting for those results, but it was horrible. It was painful. It still is there, but at least right now it's bearable. So that's why I didn't know if I was going to be able to sit through all of this today. So I wish you a speedy recovery, my dear. Okay, so we should be starting back up, you guys, any minute. I see everybody starting to come back in, filing back in. Please smash that like on your way in. So you'll have to pop out of chat, go smash that like button. When you come back into chat, make sure you have a live chat selected at the top of your chat so you don't miss anything that comes into the chat. Because as the court is in session, I do some commentary in the chat. So make sure you have live chat also selected, so you don't miss any of it. I sound a little muffled. That very well could be because I have my ear pod things in, so I don't know what audio it's using, either from my camera or my pods. Let me just unplug this. Okay, I'm going to unplug these, okay, Mitch, and then tell me if I sound better. Hang on. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. I had myself muted. So there's an update, 180 cars on the train, not much else being said. So what I was saying, when I did mute myself again and forgot to unmute, oh my God, you guys. It's been a weekly thing, I'm telling you. I also have my sinuses are blocked, so that could be why I don't sound as clear as I usually do. But how do I sound now? Okay. And I can't believe that these guys are late coming back, considering they had 2.5 hours. Okay, great. Thank you, you guys. They've had like 2.5 hours for a lunch break, and they're late coming back.
Thank you. You may all be seated.
Oh,
The court will
there they
recall
are.
20 CR 1358
Here we
People
go, you
versus
guys.
Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. I wanted to follow up on a couple of things. So I looked at some questionnaires over the break. Juror 20, you said that you had a trip planned between April 25 and May 1. Is that accurate? And where are you going? I'm sorry, you're able to what? Okay, well, you tell me, how difficult is that going to be? What's it for? What are you missing? And then juror 36, yes. You had listed different trips at different times in April and May. Is that accurate? Tell me about those.
I'll actually still be here, but I'll be working for term purposes.
Just to let you guys know, sometimes when they're talking to the jurors in the way back of the gallery, it's hard to hear them. Put some earbuds on or headphones.
What kind of competition is it? Oh, okay. And then juror 38, as I understood it, any case would be good so long as it was not in April. That, yeah. Yes, aren't you the one, the tax preparer? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, well, we have had other tax professionals in here, so that's just what I was asking about is, are you going to be really busy? Are you going to have a lot of clients missing out, or what's going on? Okay. And then juror 44, the gentleman in the plaid shirt. Do I have it right that you have trips planned the first week of April in the last 2 weeks maybe of April? Is that right? Okay. And where are those trips?
One's at the rink in Colorado, just at around the military unit. Job trip.
Okay. So how much so these aren't family vacations or those sorts of things. How much is this going to interfere with, if you were to miss those, how much would that interfere with your life? Okay.
It doesn't affect the wife, so, you know, I'm not in trouble.
Okay. I understand that. All right. All right, at this point in time, I'm going to turn the questioning over to the attorneys. As I've indicated, I have limited their time, so if it appears that they're rushing through something, hold that against me and not against them. Mr. Allen?
Are you ready to engage in some question and answer? Right after lunch, hopefully everybody's wide awake. I was gonna note that, got a Browns thing around your neck, and there was a guy in Pittsburgh outfit earlier. I didn't know if you two were gonna be at Waterheads or something, if you guys stuck in the same room very long.
Browns fans.
So that's a good example of what I want this to be like. There is no right or wrong answer in this discussion. It works a lot better if you all engage with me and you all talk more than I talk. If I'm talking the whole time, I'm not gonna know much about you, and we're not gonna know ultimately whether this case is a good case for you to sit on as a juror. And that's really what this is all about, is to find out, are there issues that make this case just too difficult for you? Because maybe you've already decided because of things, or some other issue, maybe hardship. The judge talked about some trip questions that I was gonna ask about as well. And so really, it's about just engaging in that conversation. I'm gonna be calling on people, not to pick on anybody, but just to clarify some things, maybe that one person says and your impressions of what that person said, or something that were put down in your questionnaire that I want to just draw out some more information on and see what your thoughts are on that particular thing. But again, there are no right or wrong answers. The only wrong answer is the answer that you hold in your inside your head, and don't raise your hand and let us know what it is. That really makes it difficult to pull on those strings. I'll do my best to make sure that I say your seat number. That's the juror number that we're using, obviously, what the judge talked about earlier. But if I don't do it, please help me remember what seat number you're in, and we'll get that on. And that's for our court reporter benefit, so that we get down accurately who is saying what here today. First question I have is, I want you to imagine in your minds Lady Justice. Has anybody not seen what Lady Justice looks like? If you haven't seen Lady Justice, raise your hand. You've never seen Lady Justice? Okay. Somebody, there's a few other hands here as well, 21 and then 72 also raised their hand saying, I've never seen Lady Justice. You also? And I think you are 39? Yes, sir. Okay. Somebody that has seen Lady Justice. Back here, number 50. Yeah. Describe her for us. She's and then in her other free hand, she's got a sword as well, right? Say yes or no.
Yes,
Otherwise, she'll yell at me, not you.
I believe that's correct. yes.
Okay. What do those things signify to you when you're thinking about Lady Justice?
There's
That's the first we've heard somebody talk about Plato here. We've been doing this for 5 days. So it's good that there's always a first. The most important, first, let me go back to 20 or 20. Does that sort of give you a good idea of what Lady Justice looks like? It's supposed to signify what we do in the courtroom, what the role of this process really is. The blindfold, in my opinion, is the most important part of Lady Justice. It means that when she's weighing out the facts, and that's what the scales are all about, that she disregards things like what the gentleman said about any biases, sympathy. You come in with preconceived notions, you're not going to fairly weigh out those facts because you're going to be nudging you somehow. And that's what this process is about, to see if there's any biases or sympathy that you all are having in your mind, and we all have those biases. We're all human. And we want to make sure that we get those out and talk about them and then decide whether this is a good case for you or not. Let's talk about bias. Number 31, I know you talked about having 2 different court dates coming up. There you are. Is it good now that the judge has excused so many people so you can sort of spread out? You're not just acting like sardines? 31, you've got a couple different cases, including one that we're handling, correct? Would that cause any problems if we're prosecuting this case and that case as well?
No.
No, you can still be fair to the prosecution and to the defense. Okay, perfect. Anybody else think that they have any biases that they want me to ask about or talk about? Anything? If the only wrong thing to talk about is the thing that you go in your mind and don't talk about. You got to be watching yourself stretch your nose back there, Mr. 52. I thought you were about to raise your hand. Sorry, you're fine. Who has the burden of proof in a prosecution case in a criminal? So whispers, how about number 13? Who has the burden of proof? Prosecution. Okay. What do you think the burden of proof is? What do we have to prove? Beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, so for those that can't hear number 13, what he said is that the prosecution has the burden of proof to prove the charges that we're alleging that the defendant committed. We have to prove them beyond a reasonable doubt. Does anybody think that we should have to prove beyond all doubt? Sometimes you get that on TV shows, people saying have to prove beyond all doubt. Well, what do you think?
No.
No.
Certain types of cases, it's. Way. Gather enough evidence to prove the defendant is guilty.
Guilty or not guilty? Juror number 74, so I'm trying to jump clear to the back now. I think motive is all the way back, yep. Do you think motive is something that the prosecution has to prove in a criminal?
Yes.
Okay, why do you say yes?
To be an intent.
So, let's illustrate this discussion point with the example that Judge gave earlier about aroma, and if you take an ingredient out, then you don't have the aroma. In criminal cases, elements of the different charges, motive is not one of those ingredients. So is there anybody here that will have a hard time determining guilt or not guilt if we don't prove the motive?
Please speak up a little. I'm saying that.
Do you think it's natural for us as people to want to know why something happened? Yes. 50, sorry. Premeditation gets into intent, not necessarily motive. So motive would potentially, we have to be one at a time, otherwise we'll get in trouble. So intent would be, let's use this as an example. If I want to go to the store and buy a suit, and I want a baseball suit, I form that intent in my mind. I drive to the store, I go look in the suit aisle, find the vegetable suit, buy it, walk out, take it home, right? Those things would be intentional things, but none of that is telling you why I want it, right? I could want it because I've got a sick kid at home. I could want it because that's my favorite suit. That would be the motive, right? That makes sense to you?
I think so, but what I'm getting at primarily charge is first.
That's premeditation. I'm listening. Malice aforethought is a different thread that's not involved in this case. And you're hitting on some points that I think will be answered if you end up on this jury, because you'll actually get this big packet of jury instructions that have all the elements for the time to cover. some of the phrases that you've heard before, obviously, from other, back to criminal justice, whether it's on TV or whatever, are legal phrases, but are not necessarily associated with this. Premeditation with intent is, but that's an intentional action, right? Say I wanted to a football game, so I drive to the football game. Those are intentional acts to get to the football game, not why I want to go to the football game. Who here has any idea or thoughts about that? In order to number 36. What's in your head as we're talking about this?
Well, I thought about separating out motive and intent that way.
And if we don't prove why to you, because we're not required to do that, and you end up on this jury, do you think you can still get to a verdict? It could be guilty or not guilty, right?
Yes.
If you have to vote right this second, juror number 21. You have to vote right this second with established our burden of proof, how would you have to vote right now? Okay. Anybody have a thought on that? If we had to vote right this second, and so I'm going back here to 52. Not guilty. So it's either guilty or not guilty. Why is that? So going back to number 21, we always have, this table is always going to have the burden of proof. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements for the charges that we charge them. If we don't put on any evidence, then you have to vote not guilty. Does that make sense? If we have established our burden of proof, so we've proven the elements beyond a reasonable doubt, what would your vote have to be then? Guilty? Are you sure? It's the right answer, but are you sure? Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Let's go back here to 61. Yes, ma'am. That all makes sense so far, what I'm talking about? Are you excited to be on jury duty for the first time?
I work in transportation. This is my first step.
Oh, it is? You find much rather be anywhere else right there?
I will.
All right, a bunch of you, and it's understandable why, but a bunch of you have marked that you've seen media coverage in this case. And that really gets to the point that even the judge has hit on already as it relates to you coming to this courtroom with a preconceived idea or notion that she's already guilty before we even get started. So I want to talk to some of you about that. So juror number 11 said that you'd seen media reports in this case,
Yes,
and you have a trip that you're supposed to go to Vegas,
yes.
and you're willing to just reschedule that?
Well, it was just up in the air. It's not a
Okay.
real official trip.
Okay.
so,
Being talked about, hadn't been formalized yet.
Yeah,
And then on question 21, you said, in the question about can you be fair and impartial, you said probably not based on what I had seen on the news. So let's talk about that for just a minute. Do you think the news or the media gets everything right that they report? Do
no.
you think they're limited on how much they can actually report due to word limits?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. So do you think you've heard all the relevant facts in this case based on what you've heard in the media?
Honestly, probably not, because I haven't seen any of the real evidence coming out. Everything I've seen has been mostly social media based. And of course, you have the comments, and everyone has to give their opinion
Right.
on it. But just honestly, I know news can kind of sway us a certain way. So I just want to be honest about that I kind of have an opinion in my head already, but I haven't seen any evidence. So
So any evidence that you can consider if you end up on this jury would come from this witness stand? It would be witnesses that either saw or heard something they'd come here, take an oath, and then they'd give testimony, or you might see pictures and videos. That would be evidence, and then what's been in the media would not be evidence. Can you, based on what you know today, set aside what you've heard in the media and only base a decision on what you hear from this at a witness stand?
Hard part.
It is, isn't it?
Yes, I would hope so. I want to be as fair as possible. So I know definitely now, like being on a jury, not to look at that, but so far, everything I've seen has kind of swayed in my opinion. But I'm hoping if I go into court, like just in all honesty, I hope I'm fair, I guess is what I'm
Okay.
trying to say.
Do you have kids by chance?
No.
Okay. Have you ever had to deal with two kids that are squabbling over something?
Oh, yeah.
Do you go in with an idea that you've already decided one kid is the instigator and the other kid's sort of the victim?
It depends on the kid.
Right, exactly. And so if there's a kid that you know is always a troublemaker, you might go in thinking this kid's causing problems again.
Yeah.
And then you find out, actually, this time that kid's innocent because you come in with an open mind. Think you can come into this case if you end up on this jury with an open mind?
I don't know. Another part that keeps going around in my head is the fact that the victim was a child.
Okay.
So like some other prospective jurors said, it's just like, it's such an emotional thing. Cause I was even thinking about it on lunch break. I'm like, seeing certain evidence I might not want to actually look at just due to the of it.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm kind of tripping up is, you know, the media, I can kind of get over that, but it's the fact that it was a child
Okay.
that just keeps coming back to me.
So you have to tell us, you know, what's in your head and in your heart, whether you think you can be fair and impartial or not. In talking about the kid part of it, one of the jury instructions says you can't use sympathy to decide whether somebody's guilty or not guilty, right? So you can't be sympathetic towards the defendant. You also can't be sympathetic towards a child victim and make that an overriding presence in your deliberations. You have to tell us whether you think you can be fair and impartial in this case.
Honestly, I feel like
You kind of are.
honestly, I don't think so.
Okay.
I've
Okay.
just been mulling it over my head,
No.
but
Yeah,
wanted to get the truth.
that's exactly what we want. Juror 12, you had also indicated that you'd seen some media in this case.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about, based on what we just talked about with juror 11, about, you haven't seen any evidence yet? You would have to vote not guilty right now if I said we rest our case.
Yes, sir.
You think you can set aside what you've heard in the media, be fair and impartial in this case?
Actually, I lie through their teeth. They only present what they want the public to see. Hardly ever front the truth.
Okay. And so I think you said that you can be fair and impartial.
Yes.
Okay.
I have kids of my own. And if something happened to one of them, I would want the jury to be fair and open-minded.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Juror 13, you also indicated that you'd seen some media, based on the discussions we've had with 11 and 12, do you think you can set aside what you've heard of the media and decide your verdict on the evidence that actually comes into this court? You do, okay. Seventeen. Also seen some media in this case, correct?
Oh, my mom's been following it.
Your mom's been following her?
Yeah.
Have you talked to her quite a bit?
Matter of fact, before I even came to this, like the day before, she was like, well, you might be on a big case, like, you know. So, but she had told me like what was going on with this week, so. So. It as it may that, you know, if this didn't involve a child, if it was just like a homicide, like a gang related, whatever, I could see it with, people, but the fact that it was really bothers the hell,
Okay.
you know, so it's not. I don't know, I already have a precognitive thought on that. It doesn't matter if the person is sane or insane, the fact is they did what they did.
Well, as you sit here today, though, have you heard any evidence in this case?
Have I heard any evidence? Yeah, I don't, no.
Nobody's gone on the stand and sworn
No,
oath.
this has been going on for like, what, 3 years now? Yeah, so.
And what I mean by evidence is what actually happened here in the court.
I've seen it on the news, like what they showed picture wise, the bed, everything like that. Yeah, so I mean, I've seen some put them in. I mean, enough to see that there is a problem.
Okay. What if we don't show you those same pictures? And so those are not actually,
If you don't
Yeah.
show me those same pictures.
you gotta,
Oh, sorry.
hold on just a second.
Sorry.
We have to take turns talking because she will not be able to get both of us talking down at the same time.
Sure.
Has anybody taken the stand yet in this court?
No.
So you haven't actually heard any evidence yet, correct?
No.
So if you had to vote right this second, how would you have to vote?
Honestly, because it's not the fact that did she or didn't she? It's she did, but is she sane or insane? That's the problem I'm having.
Okay,
So.
okay, I hear where you're coming from. So let's talk about this though. I talked about we have the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt to fact. Agree with that?
Yeah.
We also have the burden to disprove that she's not guilty by reason of insanity. So if they raise the defense of not guilty by reason of insanity, we have to disprove that insanity, meaning we have to prove she's sane. Does that make sense?
Now, my bias on that is regardless if they're insane or not, they're dangerous.
Okay.
They don't need to be on the street, period. So that's where I'm standing on
That gets into a different avenue, and that is if you return a verdict that is not guilty, that means that somebody is free to leave. If you return a verdict that's guilty, whatever happens to that person beyond that guilty verdict is that man's
that.
responsibility,
Absolutely.
not the jury's.
Right.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, no, I understand that. Absolutely.
I'm gonna move on. 20. I'd like to what we talked about with the prior jurors about seeing media and being fair and impartial despite what somebody has seen. We haven't pre-decided whether she's guilty. In fact, on your questionnaire, I think you put, you don't know the facts of the case and you can be fair and impartial. Want to expand on that at all? Okay. 32. I'm gonna get you eventually. You had also indicated that you had seen news about his Gannon disappearance and travels at the time of his disappearance. Do you think you can set aside what you've seen in the news and be fair and impartial in this case? That's the case only on what happens here in the courtroom. You have any reservations about that?
That's what? It's been a while since I saw that.
33. Have a good lunch. That must be really good. Eat it better. You indicated that you had seen a little bit of TV regarding what the charges are, although not as much as was disclosed above, meaning what's in this packet. What do you think about what we talked about with the prior jurors, setting aside what you've seen in the media, deciding the case based on what happens here in the courtroom? Do you believe that you could set aside what you've heard and decide the case just on what happens here? Six, thank you. This topic. Media knowledge and deciding the case just on the.
This case is already done.
Mark, yes, on your question. What do you think, so having the idea that you thought this case was already done, and then you walk in and, oh, here, I guess the case isn't done, what went through your mind when that happened?
I figured there was more evidence than,
I think she's really asking, you to shake your head.
yeah.
38, this media coverage, topic of discussion. Patient has it.
That's right.
Do you think you can set aside that or not? Because you marked on here, she is guilty. And you haven't heard any evidence yet.
Nope.
So how could she be, how could
That's
she be?
my mindset coming to this.
Okay.
I haven't heard any other, and that might make a whole new story.
If you end up on this jury, will you listen to the witnesses and evidence? So do you think you could be fair and impartial based on what the law requires of the jury? Thirty-nine, you were sort of shaking your head when she was answering questions. What was going through your mind?
I don't know. I just don't really. I kind of agree with everyone else that I don't really kind of already had the mindset. I really don't know if I was on the jury if I can. Kind of just what.
This is the time to talk about. Yes, sir. So do you think you would be able to set aside what's in your mind already and just follow the law and the instructions of the judge?
If I'm being honest, probably not.
Probably not?
Probably not.
Okay.
Because I'm kind of upset with this.
Yeah.
That's just what I think.
I appreciate you saying that.
Yes, sir.
45. We're here. Yes, how are you? How's your lunch? Think about this media discussion. You have a second in mind? So yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, that's okay. So if you ended up on this jury, would you go already or only on the evidence that comes? What if you're on this jury, put one witness on the stand and talks about the sky was blue on? Oh, does she look guilty even though we put no evidence on about that? 57. Both almost have the same color shirt on, so I'm gonna try it. How are you doing?
How are you?
Good. What do you think about the media discussion?
Don't have this preconceived notion based off what we've seen. As a defense to
So I'm glad you brought that up because I'm gonna ask you about that as well. You indicate on here that you'd see quite a bit in the media, it looks like. And you also indicated that you believe that you can be fair and impartial in this case. That based on the not guilty by reason of insanity question. I have that issue as well, only on the evidence of say. I will do my best. Any other thoughts about that? Now going on to the darker murder in color. How are you doing? I'm doing all right, good. What do you think about the, this meeting discussion that we're having? What's the question, is it? Timeline she did and she's guilty. So right now, I don't understand it in my mind. Definitely vote guilty. You would vote guilty if I said we close our case, nobody's testified, you would still vote guilty? Well, I understand that legally I'd be, vote not guilty, but yeah. I have free choice, that's what. That's what it was, okay. 59.
Can you speak up, please? I can't really hear you.
Take advice for lunch, he said. So far, that's the best lunch I've heard. What do you think about the media stuff that we've been talking
That happened, I just moved here, I just. About it, my wife. All of it, there's nothing.
But do you think you can decide this case if you end up on this jury? Evidence that comes here. Based on the evidence. Okay. What are your thoughts on the NGLI? You said, I see it as a way to game the system. So you've seen sort of the spectrum of mental health, some that totally out of their mind.
Yes.
If you hear evidence in this case that maybe the defendant was like that, in this case, you would find that she was insane. But if it's the other way, that it would be very deliberate. And is that based on only what would happen here in the court?
Just on that.
Of the crime and.
You indicated that you can try to be fair and partial, but you follow the case rather closely. Have you heard any evidence yet, or only me? Be able to decide the case on the only thing that decide the media. Also indicated master agreement back sort of what the previous that wide spectrum of mental health, not severe, so really just. Okay, how do you tell with that experience, deliberate intentional acts? They are dealing with a mental health issue. If they're an impartial juror on all those issues. And that's when I say jackpot. How are you doing? Good, thank you. It used to be in law enforcement, I think, right? You're going into retirement? So you've seen some media, like you indicated a long time ago. What are your thoughts? We talked a lot about this issue, so I said that.
Friends are like my kids. Wasn't on the Western Channel, I thought.
On what channel?
Western.
Western channel. You also mark on question 21. It says, can you be fair and impartial? And we said no. Okay, so you believe you could be fair and impartial? Okay. And then you also mark that you plead insanity to the defense if it can be proved.
Example, there's another one on their desk. I have no use them for example. 16. There was no. On that path. Diagnosed with any of that. Back then, where that's out of kids. It's like, hey. All that stuff that occurred before.
Can you speak up a little?
He was in a witness protection program, so. By the time it got addressed.
So as a police officer, you probably also have contact with people from all over the spectrum. Do you think there are people that are dealing with mental health that can still be very intentional? Do you think you could decide this case based on only the evidence that would come into this courtroom and not what's happened outside with media or even your own experience?
I think that's what most. I think.
Uh, 72. That you haven't really heard or read specifics, just. What was the last one?
Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll?
It's anime.
Okay.
So, only time I really heard about anything was.
Okay.
So yeah, this boy went missing.
That, you could be very impartial in this case.
5 minutes, Mr. Allen.
And 74, back to you again, talking about media. What are your thoughts? Fair and impartial in this case? Number 14, you, how are you doing?
Good.
You didn't put much on your questionnaire, so tell us a little bit about you.
I'm a truck driver. I don't get much media coverage. I don't watch the media too much.
Okay.
I basically keep to myself. And I have to decide on all the evidence before I make an actual.
Think you can do that and be fair and impartial?
Yes.
Okay. What about number 18? You're kind of hiding down there. Just chilling over there.
Just about the case in general? or-
Yeah, all the things we've been talking about.
I'm having trouble with insanity. All of everything on the news, and what happened.
Do you think that potentially insanity is a legit thing in this case? Because you haven't heard any evidence yet.
Okay.
So the findings that you will get if you end up on this jury is you can find the defendant guilty of the charges. You could find the defendant not guilty, meaning we didn't satisfy our burden. Or you could find that she is in fact insane at the time of the offense. And so not guilty by reason of insanity. That based on the evidence that comes into this case, or are you having reservation about that?
I haven't been to one of these before. It's like,
Yeah.
you watch all the TV and you watch all the TV shows and all that kind of stuff and.
Very impartial.
Even when you're thinking you're not being biased.
Will you work hard to be fair and impartial in this case? Is there anybody in this room sitting there thinking, I wish Michael would have asked this specific question because it'd be really important? Coming back to juror 57, I think.
A specific question that you need to ask, maybe one that we need to. All or nothing, guilty, not guilty, or these separate charges?
Yeah, that's a good question. So kind of what I was talking about with juror 18, I think, that there are options for each one of the charges. You can find the defendant guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity for all the different charges. Each stand separately on their own. And we have to prove the elements beyond a reasonable doubt for each one of the elements, for each one of them. Anybody else have, yes, Ian? You are 27, I believe. Okay. Something private we want to talk about? So that, I'm glad that you brought that up. So basically what you're saying is that because of prior experiences, was it here in this courthouse? That's causing you to have anxiety just being. It might be difficult for you to actually listen to the witness because. I think she said reason, but not sure.
Right. I wanted to follow up very briefly, and I should have done this before, and I apologize for that, but juror 16. Oops. Juror 16, you had said in your questionnaire, you said that sometimes you are, find it here. You said that you travel for work, and that you are the sole provider for your home. And you said you're sometimes overseas at 2 to 3 times a month. What's it look like for you for the next 7 to 8 weeks?
I have one trip to Albania scheduled for the end of the month, but I've got an alternate I can send for that trip.
The end of this month or the end of
End of
next?
April, sir.
Okay.
I was supposed to be in Tampa this week, but jury duty took.
Okay, so if you need to tell me, if you were selected to serve as a juror on this case, would that cause you an undue hardship? Would you be able to rearrange it? Tell me.
Sir, I'm expendable by definition. I'm as a contractor.
Okay.
So, the only thing that I'm not sure of is how the company would pay out such a long jury period. I know we get 3 days.
Okay.
I'm working that with the boss right now, sir.
And I was gonna bring this up because I've had other people talk about this, and as you know, this isn't my first time with really long trials. And I was surprised. There are a number of employers that continue to pay jurors, and a number of private employers, USAA, I think Target, Walmart. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones. So yeah, the post office, right? So check with that, and if you come back, that'll be one of the questions that we'll ask. Okay.
Yes, sir. I didn't say anything earlier because I don't suspect that's going to be my problem.
Okay.
I know there's another gentleman that's here too. My son is graduating from high school the week of May 15th, I think it is. His graduation date's actually the 17th of May.
Okay. That's something that we need to know as well. Do you know?
I think that puts us at week 7 or 8 if we started next week, sir.
Right. The 17th would be like a Wednesday. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's like 5 o'clock graduation.
5 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Even if you were selected, we'll get you out of here by then, I promise.
Yes, sir.
At World Arena?
No, we're at the Air Force Academy, sir.
Okay, we can make that happen. And you're 18? Yes, sir. Glad you brought it up because we are not having trial on May 12th. So shouldn't be a problem. Oh, okay. So it's not the graduation on May 12th. It is your,
Yeah, it's for the graduation.
Oh. So you're actually out. Hold on, one of us at a time. So you're actually out the whole week of May 7th?
That's 12 is on a Friday, so that.
Right. Okay. Right, defense.
Everybody. Help this morning, but. I'm gonna follow up on some questions that Mr. Allen talked about. This is jury selection. And the judge and myself. So, juror 16, I know the judge just touched you but on your mental health and sanity.
Sir.
Did it on your questionnaire that.
Yes, sir.
If you were picked to be on this jury dealing with this issue, understand I might have some heartburn. Responsibility.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Are you gonna be able to follow the law and any biases or problems you have with the insanity plea? Side?
Yes, sir. It is on their judgment or their responsibility to show they're the other, sir.
Okay. And whose job is it gonna be able to prove insanity, prosecution or mine?
Prove insanity, their
Yeah.
job is to prove insanity. Or no, their job is to prove she's sane.
Okay. So what was it, you see that when you come in, you fill out a questionnaire, you come in and we talk for a while. And what you wrote a few hours ago was different than what you're saying. What was it? What was said that changed your mind?
I don't believe I've changed my mind.
Okay.
I believe that I believe that the insanity plea is often used as a scapegoat.
Okay.
I need to understand the evidence and hear the evidence to understand whether or not she was insane, whether insanity is a real defense at the time.
Okay.
I have not heard any evidence, so I can't say for a fact whether or not she was insane or sane at the time of the action that was performed.
Okay. So
Whether or not it was performed or not, I don't even know that. I just know that she's been charged with it.
Okay. So what you wrote on your questionnaire, you still feel the same way? It's
I do believe that is true, but like the gentleman in the back said, I also believe that there are times when mental illness will have an impact on what you're doing.
Okay.
What happens?
number 57.
Yes, sir.
Hi, how are you, sir? How are you? I'm fine. Thank you. You wrote on your questionnaire that you had problems with insanity. It's used for. Feelings on this.
See that?
Sounds like when your jury questionnaire, you had some skepticism just from.
But I know in general, once again, like the gentleman said,
Okay. My concern is, advocate for Ms. Stauch is that it, for the issues I concerns about somebody coming in. Skepticism of insanity. Have at this point right now. Okay. Said that you have a little boy and you think that. Okay, she killed a little boy. I'm sorry, I'm listening. All right, but because you have a boy and you have children, this is not the right case for you. So Mr. Allen, he talked about Lady Justice. I lost you. Talk about Lady Justice. It looks like the Statue of Liberty. Holding the scales of justice, a sword, and a horn. If you're picked to be a juror on this case, you're not going to be walking into this court blindfolded, are you? Your blindfolds down and you think she's.
And you had answered.
Now, back to you, juror number 57.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like if you're coming into this courtroom, at least with respect to insanity, I mean, your blindfolds down, you have some skepticism about an insanity. Got it. But it sounds like you have problems with that, and especially with the insanity. Definitely say, you know, the reason is we've got to know, kind of have a yes or no answer. I'm not trying to badger you, sir. I appreciate your time here. But, you know, if you're gonna have a problem with it, then good to know now, and, you know, some whatever reason, or not the case for all people. You remember 25? 22?
No,
22?
he's 21.
What do you think about an insanity? Well, are you skeptical of somebody who's charged with a crime saying, oh, I was insane? Or, yes, okay. And, you said you didn't see much of this in the media, correct? Had you ever even heard of this case beforehand? Okay. And based on what, and I know what Mr. Allen and myself said during our mini open. But it's a preview of what's gonna come up in the case. It's gonna be hard for you to follow through with finding sane or insane based on what you've heard so far.
I'm not going to allow that question. You can ask a different one, but I'm not going to allow you to secure an opinion from a potential juror as to how they view what the attorneys have said so far.
All right.
You can ask it differently, though.
Juror number 21, you do have concerns about. So do you think it would make it harder for you to be partial since there's allegations that it would? Juror number 36. Good afternoon, how are you? Good, good. What kind of shooting do you do? What do you shoot? Okay. Training a lot, teaching it.
5 days a week for.
told Judge Warner when he asked travel commitments that
So the then Azerbaijan technically missed that, but World Championships will be. But kind of are in there as well. Those will decide who goes to Pan American. Ultimately decide who goes to Paris, and so
so this is a hardship on you and your
that
personal
would
life
be,
and your.
yes. But I figured that that was outside of that time period, so
Okay.
it'd be okay.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
Front row, far left. Yes, that's her. 31.
31? You're 31 from now on. So I know Mr. Allen talked to you about some issues that you had. I'm going to discuss that, but you wrote a question 23 with so it sounds like you have a problem in this case with an insanity. Okay. So you mentioned something that's child involved. Does that make it more difficult?
What evidence? I guess it just depends on what.
How do you feel on it? And I, Mr. We don't have to. Burden through this. And on any evidence or calling it. All right, thank you. Hi, how are you? Now, you're a retired attorney and a retired magistrate. I started in 90. Crossed right. You were leaving and as I was coming in, so. Is there anything about your experience as a magistrate? I know you were a practicing attorney. Feel that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? I'm sorry, could you speak up a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing. Is there anything? No. Think you can follow insanity and follow all the rules and the jury instructions as set out by Judge Warner? Did you know Judge Warner before?
Yes, sir.
Long time. We've known each other for a long time.
Okay.
How you been? Haven't seen you in a while.
So is there anything about, now, it sounds like you know Judge Warner and know him a lot. Anything about that relationship where you go, hey, maybe if he's the presiding judge, or maybe he shouldn't be on the jury in a case of this magnitude, or do you think partial is the judge up on the bench? That deep baritone voice, isn't it? Did it used to be higher pitched or lower pitched?
As I said, she's known me a really long time.
Juror number 34. Good in. Hi, how are you? Good. Are you nervous right now? I saw you do a big gulp in this phone, like. So, think you would be a good juror on this case? As far as being able to be fair and impartial with, dealing with the murder of an 11-year-old child and then. Well, both people in the world. And Brown gave you a preview. And while it's evidence, all of a sudden. Also going to be looking at autopsy photos. Everybody know beforehand, because I think graphic evidence like very unpleasant, disturbing, hard. Why is that? Judge Warner said, you think it and I want to make this clear to everybody. I'm not trying to talk you into it. I think there's a real tendency for people who come in. So they hear Warner in his deep baritone voice. Stand acting Mr. Up and say, hey, so do you think you could be fair and impartial and do this and that? I think there's a tendency for everybody to want to pull in the suits like robes on. And I come up and say, well, don't you think it'd be fair and impartial with the, I'm not trying to put words into you. But, you know, if this case is not the type of case, now's the time. Cases, car accident, PI cases, there's a lot of different things you can do. Oh, you've been on a jury before?
No.
Oh, this is your first time? I think you might be, do better on a different. You don't think you'd be. Six, back there. Did you indicate on your questionnaire that access to email?
The way that
Okay,
it's just like kid going.
so it's not a situation where you need to check it every 10 or 15 moments. Okay, all right, I got you. Remember, so is okay. So you had middle schoolers come in who had been fighting or go back up on the get back to anything about kids that are 13, so this type of case, if you background you
Probably biases get in. Videos.
rather be on a different type. Stated earlier, you're okay. Well, you're number 39. Good. So, how do you settle a dispute? Friends or you know? does everybody, and I'm looking at the main jury panels, everybody agree with settling disputes? Hearing both sides of the story is a good thing?
Yeah.
Is there anybody that disagrees with, hey, let's hear both sides of the story? Anybody in the back here who thinks? Sides. Better to hear both sides of the situation. That's the best thing. So, in here. Go through these sources. What are those laws? Rules. Instruction. As during this trial, Stauch. She. Her thinking. There, you know, a lot of people's first common sense reaction or way to resolve a conflict is right away. You may. And I don't know.
Statement is, like, I want to hear.
Okay, and like I said, I'm a paid advocate. I didn't volunteer for this. Partners paid. Alan, though he's elected DA. Not putting volunteer funds. We're all getting paid. Okay? Warner put it best. We're paid advocates. I'm advocating for my position and to meet. That's it. So I don't want to put words into your mouth. Also want to see, you know, somebody that's not biased. But the fact that you're not going to hear from her, possibly.
Maybe. I want to hear, like I said, from her.
And what if you don't get to hear from her?
That's what I'm saying. If I don't hear from her, that may kind of lead me to.
Okay. Now, Judge Warner may follow up with you after talking. That fix all the problems and make you do.
I kind of said before, it's kind of like I'm already and I'm kind of stuck in that way a little bit already, even if I hear from her. She's, so even if I do or don't hear from
So you kind of have some preconceived notions. And talk to you till we're blue. Feel what you feel. Say this is the way it's. And I appreciate that. You know. Oh, that's right. So, juror number 38, next to this. You expressed some concerns. Your jury questionnaire has been brought up. There was a little blurb that talks about questionnaire. Arises from the death of Gannon Stauch, January. Whole charge. Murder. A lot of other things. Taking the body to Florida. A lot of the facts. Okay. Well, I mean, you heard Mr. Allen's opening statement. I mean, it jives what you heard. I mean, yeah, there could be some things that are wrong in the media about this. Okay. You put on question 21 that you more or less prejudge this case. Of not guilty by reason of insanity. Responsible for the care of children. Okay. You're not going to be able to be fair. After writing that. Scary to me is you said I have my beliefs. Of lingering concern. I'm not trying to get my concern when it's and then all of a sudden it is about whether she is
Guilty, but now we got it.
so you don't think she
I think I am, then okay.
no, so you don't think she's guilty right now?
I think there's more to it than I know. The story is true. There's more to it.
So you think she's guilty right now of killing?
Not with what I know now.
Juror number 50, how are you, sir? Okay. I had a Cubano sandwich. Thanks for asking. What do you think about what we've been talking about, sir? You're kind of. Judge, how much time do I have left?
8 minutes and 43 seconds.
spot me another 15 on top of that.
You have 8 minutes and 43 seconds. Actually, now 34 seconds, but
How do I feel?
Case from the final juror.
wait, council approach. Mr. Cook, go ahead.
Okay. At some point, maybe, you know, You're the juror. I'm asking. You said we don't know. I agree right now. But he's disputing. So I'm concerned.
That's,
What they like.
that's not accurate. Not in Colorado, anyway. If you're selected to serve as a juror, there actually is a process for that.
Because I'm sort of.
And again, if you're selected to serve as a juror, you would get an instruction on how to ask questions. You do not get to stand up and do your very best Perry Mason imitation. There's a process for it. So, Mr. Cook?
And juror, back over here, juror number 17. Stated that you might have some problems.
Well, so my problem with this whole case is she's already been tested twice for saying she's saying twice. What's the third time gonna?
And
She's guilty. We all know she's guilty of what she. But I feel like it's placating her.
You have about 1 minute.
Yeah, my mom told.
Anybody here? 17, both hands. Anybody?
Wrap up, Mr. Cook.
Leave it at that.
All right, thank you. Aside from juror 33, does anyone else know either myself or a member of my staff? All right, and okay. Even though you've been questioned by me at some length, you've been questioned by the attorneys as well. The question that I have for all of you is, do any of you have anything lingering in the back of your minds, a question in the back of your minds where you're thinking, you know, they didn't ask me this specifically, but I think this is something that they would want to know before they decide whether I should potentially serve as a juror in this case. Anybody have any of those kinds of issues? You have one hand. That would be juror 64. Yes, sir.
Seriousness is even one thing.
No, that's actually okay. And some people do and some people don't. And I think it was juror 59 said that he had recently moved here and hadn't heard anything about it. And some people who have lived here in the community for a long time haven't heard about it, or They heard about it and it was long enough ago that they don't remember it, or they have sort of put it aside. So that's what, I think that may be the difference. Anyone else have any issues? Juror 39, yes, sir.
Kind of like a personal thing for you guys to know, before you do. I have ADHD, so I have to keep focused on a task, you know? So I feel like with how long this jury is, it may not be.
Okay.
I also have dyslexia, so if there's a lot of reading and stuff, that'll put me at a disadvantage. Put me behind everyone else.
Okay. All right. All right. Anyone else? Well, now we're, okay. Juror 21, yes, sir. Okay, well, one of the things that will happen is you're going to be able to take notes. In addition, with respect to instructions, at the very end, you get a thick packet of instruction. Well, depends, but generally you get a packet of instructions. You get to keep those with you so that you'll have them to look at. Does that help? Okay. Juror 20, yes, ma'am. Okay. All right, and juror 18. Okay. Yes. Yes, it was. And okay. All right. What we're going to do is take about a 30-minute recess at this point in time. And here's what's going to happen. We'll excuse you. The attorneys and I will have a conference. Again, this is a jury selection process by deselection. And so when you come back, we will excuse further jurors, and then some jurors will remain, and I will have further instruction for them. But before we do that, let me make sure. Are there any jurors that believe that they could not be fair and impartial in this case that have not already, well, let me break it out. Are there any jurors who feel they could not be fair and impartial in this case? Raise your hand. All right, no response. And are there any jurors who believe that they would have to hear from Ms. Stauch before deciding the issues in this case? All right, juror 17 and juror 50. And juror 50, let me ask you a little bit, because as I said, it is a trick question when they ask you that. Because here's what happens, right? You come in and they say, well, don't you want to hear both sides? You want to hear both sides, right? It's fair. That's what we've been taught since we're 4, right? You want to hear both sides. You want to be fair, right? You want to hear both sides, right? Right? That's not the law. So the reason why it's a trick question is, well, you agree you can't follow the law, right? Right? Because so that's why it's a trick question. So the real issue is, as I had explained earlier, was Ms. Stauch may testify, she may not. I don't know. And I say this to every jury that I select, not just this one, because it applies in every case. She has a constitutional right not to testify. The government brought these charges, they have to prove it. And so attorneys oftentimes go, oh, come on, you want to be fair, right? You want to be fair. And the only way you can be fair is to hear both sides. Trick question, because that's not the process that we follow here. They have the burden of proof. And so let me state it to you differently. It does not matter who testifies. And it does not matter who doesn't testify. The real question is, based on the evidence that is presented, it's always the same. Based on the evidence that is presented, can you hold the prosecution to its burden to prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay, so let me ask this follow-up question because this is slightly different. It sounds as though, and I think probably everybody would agree, everybody would like to hear both sides. But in this case, would you hold it against Ms. Stauch if she did not testify? Okay. Okay. Right. All right. All right. With that, we're going to take we'll take a recess until 3:15. If I can have everyone back in the hallway at 3:15, we should be good to go at that point in time. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Stauch, do you need to take a break for a few minutes? You okay? All right. All right. Hey, Todd, can you run down my chambers, get my laptop off of my desk? You'll have to unplug it and just bring it down. Can you do that for me, please? Thank you. All right. Pardon?
I think I can go there first.
Okay. You want to do that now? Okay, we can do that now. No, it's fine. It's okay. All right. Court will take about a 10-minute recess and then we'll come back.
Okay, so it looks like out of the 25 minutes that the court is on break, I can still hear on their mic. So they're taking 10 minutes, he said. But let's hope that we can hear everything so I can get these numbers written down of who the judge is going to dismiss. So then we know how many we have left out of the 75 today. If they can keep, there's 41 that are left. If they get rid of 10 or less, then we've got our 110. But I don't think that's going to happen, you guys. I was up to 8 or 9 a while back, and now I think there's going to be a bunch more that are going to be dismissed because of some of their answers that the judge asked once the DA and defense were done questioning the jury. So it's going to be interesting, you guys. What do you guys think? Anybody want to put their guess in of how many we are going to have left with? No, they tell you, sometimes they say, sometimes the judge will say, if I call your number, you're staying, or he calls the numbers of the ones he's going to dismiss. Usually he calls out the numbers of who he's going to dismiss. But the last time on Friday, he said, I'm going to give you the numbers of the people that I want to stay. So we don't know which way he's going to do it today, but we should be able to get the numbers accurately. Nana, you think 19 are going to be left? I'm going to say 20. Anybody else want to take a guess of out of the 41 jurors that we have left, how many do you think are going to stay? Hello, Glitter Queen. Nice to see you, my dear. I'm doing a little bit better. Every day above ground is a good day, I guess. Heather has chosen 23. I hope so. The more they keep, the better, you guys. So I do think if we get at least 15, 16 today, tomorrow will be the last day of jury selection. They will have the 110. Out of the 110, once they have that 110, then I believe it's private. Kate Bell, you are going big, girl. I do believe the final jury selection is done privately. Now, I'm not sure about that, but I do believe it is done privately.
She was with migraines.
So I don't think we will see that. So the next time after tomorrow, the next time we will be live with this is on the 3rd of April when this trial starts going full force. Once the opening statements start with the DA and defense, we are going to see the video and the audio. So we will see both. I'm guessing he will let the DA lady go that has known the judge for years. Yeah. I counted her as an addition because I thought initially there'd be 8 or 9 that I felt they were going to ask to be let go. But now, including that DA lady, I think she's going to be gone too. I don't think the defense is going to want her on the jury. And there's 4 or 5 others. So I'm kind of getting a little worried.
Yep, she does. With
Hello,
that question,
blessings.
my when I was a kid, my mom used to run a daycare out of our house, and Anne had adopted. I think at the time they were 3 and 4. They might have been a little bit older, but she adopted their Indian children from Peru, I think. And they didn't speak any English or anything like that.
Sorry, you guys.
The orphanages in Peru are not top of the line, I think.
Yeah.
And so there were behavioral issues and everything like that. And so, but my mom took care of them until they were in their teens, I believe. So, yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine they do a very good job down there in those roles.
No.
Well, good day, beautiful, to you too. So what we are waiting for, you guys, is for the judge to start telling us who he is going to be dismissing. Right now we have 41 I'm thinking, I was initially thinking 8 or 9, but now I'm up around probably 14, 15 that he's going to be dismissing. So we'll see what we're left at right now. We need 31. We have 79 from the prior days. From day 1 to day 4, we have 79. So we need 31 more. If he gets rid of 15, we'll still have 26, which is a good number, which would basically pretty much guarantee tomorrow would be the last day of the large jury selection pool. We should have our 110 by the end of the day tomorrow. Unless by some miracle we get 31 or more kept today, which I do not think is going to happen.
Okay, so let's,
Okay, here we go.
oh,
Yeah.
sorry,
Unmute.
yep,
The
sorry.
deputy had to use restroom, so she had to take this out.
Nope, that's okay. I should have noticed it.
Judge,
Yeah?
I'd like to keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
The jury's not back yet, Simply Read. This is just the judge talking to the DA and the defense. They're going to probably go over who they want to keep, who they want to get rid of. And they're going to have the judge usually goes over that list with them before the jury is brought back in. So hopefully I can get all the numbers. We've got about 15 more minutes before the jury's brought back in.
All right. Court will again call 20 CR 1358 Pupil versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the
Okay, they're
jury
back.
is not present.
Oh, the jury's not present.
Um,
Okay, here we go.
Prosecution, what are your challenges for cause?
So this list that I have, Judge, we all agree on this.
So these are ones that you both agree on. Okay.
I apologize if these are
Nope.
11, 17.
Ugh. His mic is cut
Let
out.
me read them back. 11, 17, 39, 45, 58, 27, 36, 18. And defense, you stipulate that those should be excused?
17, 18, 20.
We're going to do it a little bit different because I didn't get them read to me in the order. So 11, 17,
18.
hold on, 39, 45, 58, 27,
Yes.
36, 18. Okay, all right. Okay, and then prosecution, who do you have in addition to that?
That was our list originally.
Okay. And defense, who do you have?
So that's only 8.
Okay.
Yep, just read the list.
not hearing him.
34, 50, 7,
Okay, hold on. Okay. As to juror, wait, you said 32, right? Hmm. What's the grounds as to 32?
she was one who didn't really.
So I think there's another 5 or 6 that he just called out. I didn't get,
Questionnaire.
I only got 3 of the numbers.
I actually talked to her.
32, 24, and I think 17.
This is
Prosecution? I'll circle back to that one. Juror 34. Mr. Cook? Okay.
she was the young kids.
Hmm.
She said the photo. Questionnaire, but it seemed
Oh, their mics. Yeah, they're eliminating right now. Erica, so far, I think we have,
Mr. Allen?
So what we noted down was that she doesn't pay attention much, she doesn't end up a lot. Have to be very partial because
it looks to me like there's 15 or 16 that are going to be released. So, let's go with the highest number of 16. That would leave 25. We only need 6 more.
I
if that's
recall
the
juror
case.
34, and for me, I think what separated her out was she didn't think she could do this because the victim involved a child. So I'm going to grant that one.
So he's going
As
to grant.
to 38, Mr. Cook?
So far they got 9.
he was the individual who I talked to for quite a while. They didn't do the right things to get on this jury panel. What was his name? But the rehabilitation efforts.
So I think we're going to have in the mid 20s left. What did I say? I thought I said 20 that we'd have at the end of the day. I think it'll be 1 or 2 more than that. So we're still going to need another day because we'll still need at least 11 or 12, 13 more. So they will still have to go tomorrow to get 13 more, and then we will be at our 110.
Wait. We're on 38.
Oh, 21, yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
This is
38.
38, question 21.
Oh.
She could have been any
Ah.
more plan, and I have real concerns about. And I know they get additional information and everything here, but they still know that this is the Stauch case, which is really not this questionnaire. It was a murder case.
So far, it's guaranteed there's 9
And number
leaving.
19 is probably what she wasn't questioned about. Probably the biggest concern. Not be fair, and it says Stauch case.
Okay.
That's usually reserved for A. Or juvenile, or sex cases on children. She put the Stauch case, so. I think she was trying to say the right thing to get on this.
All right, Mr. Allen? 38. Sure.
See, that's the thing with this, you guys. If they think that you are trying to get on this jury, they're going to call you out.
Had this last week too, where they're sorting out the questionnaire in the back. That modified. Probably more control.
I sort of agree. And I'm going to circle back to that one as well. The problem that I see with most of the arguments that are being raised is that this is a really good argument for why we should never, ever use questionnaires of any kind. Because on the one hand, you have to say, well, we need to find out what they know. But on the other hand, if we're asking them questions, they've already got preconceived notions. And the idea of preconceived notions, I understand that that is a basis for the defense most recently filed motion D51, but the jurors haven't been informed about what the law is, and we've had multiple jurors that come in, and I think that juror 38 is sort of on the line that says, you ask me what I understood based on the media. This is what I think based on the media. And we've had multiple jurors come in and say, well, now that I understand the law better, I have a different opinion. So we'll circle back to 38. Juror number 44.
This is the case where it comes. Child. Is there any type?
Yeah. Do you want to take over? Or you sure? No, you need to go take care of your kid. We'll figure this out. Do we need, if you want, we can take 10 minutes till he comes back. If you're good to go over, it's okay too. That's fine. It's up to you. It's your call. Okay. All right. Mr. Allen, your response to juror, I don't know if he was done with juror 44. Mr. Allen?
So I don't have any notes about that. I don't think. But that he talked about openly.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Juror 20 or Juror 44 in response to question 23 says, only with respect to an NGRI, do you have an opinion? And he says, yeah, it's normally used to lessen or get out of the crime committed. And he also says, can you set that opinion aside and render a fair and impartial verdict? And he says, yes. In addition, I didn't get any responses from Juror 44 that caused me any concerns with respect to his inability to follow through with his obligation to set aside any personal opinions and follow the law in this case. So everybody's going to have opinions. Everybody's going to have opinions. And that's not the question, and it's not the issue. The issue is whether or not they can follow the law, and I haven't seen anything from Juror 44 that says that he can't. That question or that challenge is denied.
And then this is number 50. I think specifically one of the issues is it answers so far as you guys work cut out. Sanity. We would have to make a little proud of him. And I think he said on multiple occasions. Wouldn't want her running around, bugging the people. And they a lot of
Mr. Allen?
Really struck me as very.
Let me think about 50. Let's move to 57. Juror 57, what's the challenge there?
Almost with the insanity. Or
Mr. Allen?
So the excuse to get out of. Questioning. He said, well, you to be fair. Thinks he can keep it. Consideration of context to.
I agree. I think Juror 57 is struggling. I mean, this is, whether we like it or not, whether we want to admit it or not, this is an intellectually challenging issue, even in the law. And I think the jurors are struggling with it. And I think that they're struggling with it in part because there is, they rightly say that when the attorneys give their 2-minute mini opening statement, this isn't an issue of there's a mistaken identity, there's something else that's going on. At times, defense counsel have said that's pretty much accurate. And then it's sort of like, now we want you to think that that's not accurate. I understand that Ms. Stauch has a right and has asserted that right to require the prosecution to prove the commission of the crime itself. And that's true. And that's accurate. And she has the right and it's appropriate. I'm not saying that it's an inappropriate defense. I'm just saying that for a layperson to try and understand, wait a minute, you just told me that all of that was accurate, and now you're saying that it's not, and I'm having a hard time following that. And I think that's what the jurors are struggling with. So I think juror 57 saying that he would do the best that he could. I also think that he did not indicate anything in his questionnaire either that he could not follow or apply an insanity defense. He said that sometimes he sees the plea as an attempt to escape justice. Can he set that aside? Yes. Would he try to do his best? Yes. I think under cases such as People versus Sandoval, 733 Pacific 2nd, 319, Colorado, 1987, People versus Clemens, I only have a citation, 2013 COA 162, decided December 5 of 2013, and its ilk. Those kinds of comments are accurate, and they allow, or they do not disqualify or serve as the basis for disqualification of a juror. In addition, you look at People versus Wolhoff, 87 Pacific 3rd, 142, Colorado Appellate, 2003. And here's one that's got almost the exact same language. People versus Griffin, 985 Pacific 2nd, 15, Colorado Appellate, 1998. It stated that a court was within its discretion to deny a challenge for cause to a juror who expressed concerns about ability to be fair, but stated he would try his best and be as fair as he could. So the challenge as to cause for juror 57 is denied. As to juror 59. Yes.
So that's not an issue, but he could. Concerns are that question 22. Neighborhood townhouses, white school. Three issues I see. Also, as a and stuff. He would have to. He is actually insane, then it becomes a prosecution.
Mr. Allen?
Without a doubt.
Sorry.
Without a doubt were his words.
Mr. Allen?
Judge, I have a completely different memory of the discussion. Or that, yes, he could be fair and impartial, and then put out evidence is impartial and a fair trial is a constitutional. Nothing about seeing blue lights on the house was indicated. This is working with people. Issues. Prior working. Talked about having seen a wide spectrum of cases, that there are cases that would rise to the level of insanity, and then
That's kind of what I recall from him, is that he had seen a wide gamut, and he thought in some cases it was people trying to game the systems, and in other circumstances it was legitimate. And I think that's probably fairly accurate. And he said that he would be willing to listen to the evidence. He thought he could be fair. He thought he could be impartial. I think the mere fact, and this is the gentleman that doesn't really know a whole lot about this case because he's only been in the community about 3 years, 3.5 years, something like that. So I'm going to deny the challenge for cause as to juror 59. Wrapping back to juror 32. What? No, we've already made argument on it. I said I was going to reserve ruling on it. The impression that I got from her, and I don't know how to describe it necessarily. I think what causes me more concern was the way that she sort of volunteered, or sort of kind of put out there, what did she say? I would have trouble with the bad things, or the gruesome things, or the gross things, or something like that. And the impression that I got in watching her face when she said that was that, and I've not seen them, but I understand the autopsy photos here are pretty bad. Okay. And I just think that I think for her, I think the impact is going to be too significant. And as a result of that, I'm going to grant the challenge for cause as to juror 32. Grant. So I've granted the challenge for causes to juror 32, 34, 38. Again, I think that she decided these issues based on what she knew at the time, without having been advised of what the law is, without having thought about it in the context of what the law requires and what the law is. And I'm going to deny the challenge for causes to juror 38. I have denied the challenge for causes to juror 44. I'm sort of borderline on juror 50. I think that Mr. Allen sort of hit it on the head. I think he's an intellectual, and he's looking at it from an intellectual standpoint. And so I think we could have some really interesting conversations with him. But I think given all of the circumstances, it is close enough in my mind that I am going to grant the challenge for causes to juror 50. So let me work through this. All right, so the jurors that I will be excusing are jurors 11, 17, 39, 45, 58, 27, 36, 18, 32, 34, and 50. So council, approach and check your sheet with mine. Do you agree? Both sides agree? Okay. All right. All right, let's go ahead and bring him back in, Todd. Thanks. Do
Yes,
you
I
agree?
I'm freaking out, you guys. That's down 11, so that means we got 30. All we needed was 31. So they got to have a whole nother day tomorrow going through this to get one juror. I don't know what's going to happen here. This is the most that was ever kept, is 30. All they needed was 31 to reach the 110, and they got 30. I don't know. I don't
Thank you.
know.
May all be seated. Court will again call 20 CR 1358. I wanted to have one follow-up conversation with juror 59. Tell me what all you have to get done between now and the end of May. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you. Get you a letter. What I'm gonna do is, the jurors who will be staying with us. So if I call your number, stay here. Back to the jury assembly room. right? Yes, ma'am. And this is from juror 30, you were juror 30, right? No, 31 was the one sitting next to her. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror 31, right. Okay, yes, go ahead. We'll deal with that. It'll be okay. And if you need something from me by then, as we get closer to that, just let us know. But we can deal with that. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to have Mr. Combs and Mr. Sproul are going to be handing out some information to you. What we have been doing is, this is, I think, day 5 on jury selection. We plan to get to a group of about 110 or so that we will be bringing back on April 3. At that point in time, we will be selecting our jury from that group of 110. So you've probably guessed that there's been some public or media interest in this case. There could be more between now and next week. Guard against that, as you'll be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give to you. One of the first questions I'll be asking about, is there anything that has changed since between now and then that would cause you difficulty in serving as a fair and impartial juror in this case? So your friends and things like that who want to tell you all about this, say, no, I can't do that. The judge said I can't do that. Remember that. Just say the judge said I can't talk to you about this
Okay.
case. You can tell them that you're on this case. You can tell them how long you think you will be on.
Okay, so we don't need to listen to all that stuff, you guys. That stuff that he repeats every day. Just telling them that they can talk about, yeah, I gotta go back, whatever. They just can't go and look at anything regarding the case and stuff like that. So he's just going to give them instructions. He gives them each a little card that has the judge's email and stuff on it. So if anything changes, they can email the courts, whatever, contact numbers for bailiffs, stuff like that. So there's really not much more. We hear that at the end of every day. Now, we need only 3 more jurors, you guys. So they're going to have this whole session tomorrow to get just 3 more jurors. That is crazy. If he hadn't have dismissed 50, 57, and 59 that the defense asked to have dismissed, we would have already had the 110. So this is the most they've ever kept, though, in a session. They kept 28 of the 75 that came in this morning. It's never been that high. So I think they're all getting fed up trying to get this jury. The first day, actually, I've got the right numbers, you guys. We thought there was 3 days that they kept 19, but there wasn't. Day 2, they only had 18. Day 3, they had 19. Day 4, they had 22. So this is the most that they've ever kept. So, no, he has to have, he just stated it there to Nana that they need the 110. That's the bare minimum. So that's what they are shooting for now. They need that 110, which means we only need 3 more jurors, which means tomorrow is going to be the last day of this crap. This is the longest part and the most boring part. The audio is not good because they're talking to jurors that are way in the back of the courtroom and they don't have mics back there. When it comes time when the trial actually starts and the defense, the DA is going to be starting with opening statements, we're going to have, I believe there is one of the news outlets that have to have a pool camera. They also put mics. So it's going to be a lot better audio, number one, and we're going to have the court audio where they will be sitting at the desk facing the judge. So the audio is going to be picked up a lot better.
they're turning away from their mics to turn to the gallery where everybody's sitting to talk. So their backs are to the mics are directional. So if you're not talking in the direction of the mic, then you don't get picked up. If you're way back in the back of the courtroom, you don't get picked up. So the audio is going to be 100% better once the trial starts. Also, let me just see this. Hang on. Also, we're going to have video. There's going to be a pool camera in there. So we will be able to see it. Now, I doubt that we're even going to see Letecia because right now she's not even sitting with her lawyers. She's sitting way at the end of the bench, away from her lawyers, up against the wall, hiding behind some monitors. And from what I'm getting from people that were in the courtroom, her hair is down and kind of covering her face. At most times, she's doodling on pads, stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting once the trial starts, and we'll take it from there. So with that being said, you guys, I'm going to, 28, you guessed right. Woohoo! Way to go, girl. Okay, so with that being said, you guys, I'm going to end the stream, let you guys get into making dinner. Right now, it's about 5:45 for me at night. Colorado's 2 hours behind me. I'm Eastern, so it's almost 5:45. Well, 20 to 6 at night here. So I've got to get my stomach med things before I can even try and eat, make something to eat, and get ready, I guess, for tomorrow. So I guess we are doing this again tomorrow. Hopefully this is going to go quicker tomorrow, but we're going to have to wait and see. I will cover it for you guys tomorrow, and then we will be off until the 3rd. Okay, and this is going to full-blown start. Now, Lori Bellow's trial also starts on the 3rd, but there is not allowed any audio or video recording inside that courtroom. So the best that we're going to get is audio from it at the end of the day. Once court is done for the day, it's going to take a couple hours, and then they're going to give out the audio. And that audio has to be paid for. So I think that I watch my community tab for that one. I think I'll be updating there. And I wouldn't be able to cover both at the same time anyway. So you're very welcome. Nana, thank you for being here. K. Mitch. Marie, thank you for being here. I don't know if Marie is still in here. But thank you, you guys, for being here. Nana, love you to the moon. Okay, so you guys, see you all tomorrow. Don't forget, please take care of yourselves. Please stay safe. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. I love you guys to the moon and back. I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye for now.